Good morning and welcome. We're starting back up today. I understand the spirit world decided to make sure everybody was on the bus and awake with a fire alarm. Yeah. But thank you so much for being here. We are going to have a great day today. Today's theme is thriving and centering love. And we're moving into that direction today. We're going to lean into that. And to get us started in a really beautiful way, we're going to have a number of singers and then our Hawaiian Kanaka Maoli relatives going to also ground us and bless us and get us going today too. So first up is Mr. Lance Fisher to open us up, and then Mr. George and his son will follow, and then our Hawaiian relatives after that. I just want to announce that the teepee is set up. And we will have the fire marshal. We're all about the fire marshals today. What's up with that? The fire marshal of this building volunteered to set up a heater in there. So it will have heating, and there's chairs in there. So if you want to go in and reflect and smudge, that's a big smudging area. Healer area is going to be room C1, C2. Okay, thank you. Yeah, quickly.
Pitbull Walnut, Lance Fisher, Nahesh Viho Ibebe, Maheo Nanako, Nahesh Sisave, Natsista, Nihoe Mohmotavas, Na Nahoe Hotnehilsehe, Ovi Manhan Ehistayo, Miamhayo, Nakutziot, Epipa Damano, Na Piwamota, Hanahane. Good morning. My name is Lance Fisher from the Northern Cheyenne Tribe of Montana. I just want to introduce myself, my native tongue. My Cheyenne name translates to medicine bear. Very honored to be here to open with a song. This song is composed by Warfield Moose Sr. It talks about when you sing this song, I want you to remember me. Remember me when you sing this song. po, mexo ya po, hae ya hue ya, ola wa kele, ahe ya po, mexo ya po, ahe ya po, hae yo. Yeah, ish. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. George. George family.
I too want to follow along with the good morning to everyone. You know, I sat yesterday, listened to the stories and the testimony of Wanda and each one of the panels. You know, some of the stories I could relate to, you know, with the, some of them went through, you know, being a child of two survivors, you know, both my parents. And, you know, hearing the stories and how things were for me growing up, you know, my whole life, you know, I knew that my dad loved us, but he never said it until maybe a few years before he passed. And he finally started kind of expressing his feelings. And, you know, when he came home from boarding school, our culture, our tradition was that much more important for us to be raised in it. So 12 months out of the year, I was immersed into our culture. To me, my culture was first before education. And I'm grateful for that because, you know, how would the world have been if, you know, we didn't have what we still have yet today? You know, our elders, our old people, they died for what we could do. Like the brother that just got done singing, you know. How would this world be without, you know? And I thank the ones that was strong enough to come up and express themselves and let some tears flow because, you know, it's needed. You know, it's needed. And, you know, I pray for this, you know, that this, all of what we're doing here doesn't go unnoticed, not only by us, by the living, but by the ancestors, those ones that, you know, we're praying for and we're here for. You know, I just really grateful to be able to share this time and be here. You know, I thank Karina and Deb Parker, even though she's not here, and Alicia for bringing us along. And each and every one of you, it's good to see a brother that, you know, I grew up with, Thomas Kinley, Freddie Lane. You know, I thank you guys, you know, for also representing our Coast Salish peoples, you know, and you know, really giving thanks for the opportunity for us to come over here and share our coastal songs and our prayers and, you know, how much it means to our people over there. And just with that, you know, the song is entitled Not Forgotten. It's composed by my oldest son. Oh
Kele mai lau kaua I ke kai e. Mala mala ma o ka yu ka nali e. Amali e ua pa. Ke inu mai la. Ke inu mai la. Ka halalo na ue I ke kai. No na we ka wahine. No kaulu o kila we ai. Aloha e, aloha e. Aloha ka hea aka ko. O Tony Grace Cecilia Kalino Huli He Ibisen ko Ianoa. O Hawaii Maiau. O Jamie Mahelani Miller. O Hawaii Maiau, and we come before and lay our lei of tea leaf and give thanks for being here in this place, in this space. The chant that we provided is called Kale Maila, and it is a honoring of presenting lei to our hosts and of this place, and it was a gift.
And I'll further expound on lei, what lei means for us in Hawaii. I know you guys have all seen lei, but it is individual flowers or puas for us, which is another word for children. And when you wear a lei of pua or flowers, or in this case, it is really that you are bringing and wearing with you your future generations and your past generations. And so we call in our ancestors, and this particular vili, or the weaving of this lei, is bringing things together and braiding, and it represents relationships. So thank you guys for having us, and we look forward to the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. And right now, we want to bless all of you. And so we have Amaya here who is going to pass out, we have packets of salt. And for us, we're ocean people surrounded by water, and the water is cleansing for us. We have ceremonial practices in the waters surrounding Hawaii. And so we bring salt here, we bring the water to you. So this is harvested in Hawaii. And inside the packet, so if you just take a couple of grains of salt, of minerals of Hawaii, and inside of it, it has been harvested with a limu, or a seaweed that practitioners use for blessings, for healing, for forgiveness. When we do similar to your circles, we do ho'oponopono. We have a practice that we bring in this limu called kala. And so we infuse the salt with the kala to bring that here with you. And so when we can't be around the water, both Tony and I work in prisons in Hawaii with our Native people. We bring the water to them. And so this is what we're bringing for you today to partake in this practice. It's called pikai. And so what we're going to do is, after everybody has got a few grains, we are going to clear our minds. We're going to cleanse ourselves and prepare our minds and our spirits. And we called our ancestors here in this room. And we are going to set our intentions for the rest of our time here. And it is a time to let go, to release, and so that we can fill ourselves back up. And it also provides protection and surrounds us with aloha. And so when everybody's got some, I got some in my pocket. You guys got some? Right here, I'll share it. Okay. Wait, I gotta go there. Okay. You see it, Sam? Yeah. Sorry. We did some a little bit earlier, and I got you the leftovers. When you're ready, you can just close your eyes and just feel the grounding. Think of that space that keeps you who you are, and provides that safety, and you think of your ancestors and think of your future generations, and you can put some of the salt in your mouth and let it melt, and think of it as cleansing and washing away. and at the same time nourishing your spirit and your body. And breathe and release and think of the people around you. Todi and I are hula practitioners, and she's going to start us and end us with that kind of saying that we do in our hula practices.
Mahalo kia kua, mahalo i naka kua, mahalo i naka puna, mahalo i nā ohana. I kia kua mana loa o oi ka mana o io, ka mana o lana, a me kia loha paole, amene, amene, amene. Mahalo.
Amene. Mahalo. Thank you.
Mahalo. Thank you so much. From our Hawaiian relatives and the George family and Lance, thank you for all your songs and blessings this morning to get us started in a beautiful way. I'd like to welcome Ms. Selena Karaidia. Selena is part of our THRO family. THRO, remember, for those who are new online, Tribal Health Research Office. And so we go by THRO. But Selena, thank you.
Yat ehebene. That means good morning, everyone. My name is Selena Karaidi, and I am a member of the Navajo Nation. And just wanted to say good morning, relatives. She'eya Selena Karaidi hanshie ado nanisht ajitani chitni nishlo topa pashishin hanagani dashache ado topaha. I'm getting mixed up here. So I work in the Tribal Health Research Office. We have an awesome team with Dr. Sheila Caldwell and also Dr. Walters and also Dr. Angelique as well too. So I'm just really happy to be here and to be part of this team, and I'm really happy that you guys are all here. So yesterday we had a group, and I was just so, I don't know how to describe this feeling, maybe invigorated, elated, but it was just this amazing feeling yesterday when we were setting up the teepee, and it's a sacred space for us, and it was just amazing just to be there and to witness the teepee going up, especially here at NIH campus. I mean, this is like a historical moment for us, and this has never happened, and I'm just really proud to be part of that. And I want to thank our spiritual leaders. There's two hatralis in here. Those are, it means spiritual leaders, and that's Mr. Jasper Pablo. Can you stand for me, please? And then also, he's our professor, and our other hatrali, Avery Denny. He may have stepped out. And then also Myra Medrano, she's also our executive assistant for THRO. She's back there probably hiding. And then Tom Kinley, Haishka Tom. He's a member of the Navajo, I said Navajo Nation, the Lummi Nation. Yeah, he helped us. We had his muscle, and then also our Hawaiian sisters, Dr. Mahali Miller, and also Dr. Listen. They were strong women over there picking up those teepee poles. And then also Ken Jensen, he's the one that brought his teepee, and he was just amazing. that guy was just climbing those poles and putting that teepee together. But if you have an opportunity to go see it, it's just sitting outside, and there's, it's healing, it's a blessing, and there's medicine in there. So please visit the teepee. Yeah.
And Ms. Jackie Reardon's also part of our THRO team. I also want to acknowledge Jackie. She's here. Myra Medrano. We're growing. We're growing. Okay, next I'd like to introduce Dr. Sam Torres. He's going to open us up today on behalf of NABS. So thank you.
Laso kamati, shimo panolti no yula ikniwan. Welcome relatives. Tonalte sending you good energy. It's an honor to continue this convening today. This, as was mentioned, a very historic convening, and we're honored and privileged to be a part of it and to help to hold space and to help further these dialogues that, of course, as we have seen already this week, are much needed. I want to just offer some brief reflections. I won't make extended remarks. I do want to honor the offerings of the songs and the prayers today. So thank you to the George family, to Lance, to Dr. Miller, Dr. Bisson, for honoring the space and for recognizing that this is a sacred space, that when we gather as relatives, when we bring our songs together, our languages, and already we've heard several of our traditional languages that have come from these lands, the lands that we call home. So I'll just introduce myself once more. I know that we have some folks that are joining us today. Today might be your day one, but we had such a beautiful day one yesterday, and so those of you that are joining us today, we greet you as relatives. Nanotoka Samuel ni Meshikai wani nawa nanehwali Los Angeles y Juan El Paso, Texas y Juan Zacatecas, Mexico. So in my language of Nahuatl, I just wanted to share with you my name, the name that I was born with. Is Samuel Torres. I'm Mexica, I'm Nahua on my father's side. I'm also Irish and French on my mother's side. I think since we're centering ancestral love today as our theme, I think it's important to bring all of our ancestors and our relatives into this space. And I like to remind myself and others in my circles that we all do indeed come from place-based cultures. That the wedge and impact of colonialism, though it feels very deep, and sometimes that we have these encounters with colonialism that are hard to forget about because they're so in our face. They have provoked those traumas that we're dealing with on a daily basis and generationally. But without centering those experiences, we can't expect to heal from them, as we've heard yesterday. In order to center ancestral love, we have seen that we need to also center the truth. And not to put our traumas on display. We saw something completely different yesterday, and the work that NABS endeavors to be a part of is to honor those experiences, to remind us of that ancestral love. And in connecting with our relatives and elders that shared so much courage by being here, mic'd up on a stage which has all of its limitations of being centered and under the spotlight, and we know the threats that go into that, but we are a community of relatives here. This is an historic event, indeed, because of the place that we're on, and the organizational partnerships, the entities that are here represented, but ultimately deeper than that, we're relatives. From different nations, yes, but our kinship and our shared struggles and our shared joy unites us. I was reminded by the courage and the vulnerability of our aunties, of our uncles yesterday, that not only is it important to recognize the experiences that we have had as indigenous peoples on these lands affected by colonialism, but in conversation this morning I was reminded that we share these stories also to invite each other to love one another more deeply. When we share about those experiences, it's not just to say, this happened to me, and it helps to understand how we can heal going forward. Whatever that path and journey may be, and it looks different for everyone, of course. But when you share those experiences with me, eye to eye, person to person, and in a context like this, where we're here, yes, to listen, we're here to learn. But most importantly, when those stories are shared, we offer an invitation to love one another more deeply. And that's what I saw yesterday. And I think we all saw that together. So as we engage in this process and continue to work more deeply together on seeing each other, on recognizing and honoring each other, I invite us to sit with that. How can we love each other more deeply? The process, the method, if you will, right? But really the ancestral teachings of listening and being motivated and moved by our stories. Let's continue to center that ancestral love, because it's only through that love that we can walk on a path that liberates us from those traumas and offers a pathway for our children to be free of those burdens that were placed on us. And I want to just close in transition by offering the words and reflections of our Auntie Lakota Hardin yesterday. We may never know, those of us that didn't experience boarding schools, exactly what that felt like. We can never know unless we were there ourselves. We have our own burdens and our own traumas to carry, those of us that are here to try to help hold that space together with one another. But hopefully, if we can open up that invitation to see each other more deeply, to love each other more passionately and more fiercely, we can, in the same light, protect our people and to carve a new path forward, guided by our ancestral traditions and our teachings. But we got to center that love. So thank you for being along this journey with us. I'm really looking forward to connecting with you all a little bit more deeply. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Torres. Okay, I'm going to invite our first panel up to come on up and get situated. That's the Pathways to Thriving, Love, Land, and Water with moderator Dr. Diane Hirschberg and my sister, Dr. Michelle Johnson-Jennings, and Dr. Joni Sweeney. Come on up. So we are running a little bit tight on time to this morning. But we're going to give our panel throughout the day. We're going to still give our panelists their full time. But what I'm going to invite people to do, if you need to take a minute to have a little break or whatever, when we're transitioning between panels again, just go grab a little coffee, a little sip, whatever, and then come on back. So, and that'd be great. Thank you so much. Welcome, panelists.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much to my collaborators. I am Diane Hirschberg, and I'm honored to be here and for us to be part of this day that begins to help us dig deep into this idea of thriving and what does it mean now that we have heard some profound and deep sharing of the experiences people have had through boarding schools and as descendants of survivors. Now, what are the next steps as we move forward in this? And I asked the panelists actually to introduce themselves and share something that we have written descriptions of ourselves but the bios are kind of typical bios that we print, and they don't necessarily share something about why we are here. And so as we get started, just share a bit that I am, in the language of some of my friends, a Gusik. I am non-Indigenous. I'm a settler in Anchorage on the traditional and unceded lands of the Dena'ina people of the Upper Cook Inlet, and thankfully welcomed to these beautiful lands that have been stewarded by the native village of Eklutna for thousands of years. And I come to this place because of the wisdom of colleagues of mine in Anchorage who, as I was doing research on schools and moving up to Alaska a bit more than 20 years ago, looked at me, and some of you in the room probably know Paul Anktukuk, who said to me, you need to study the boarding school experiences. It had come up in my doctoral work, and he said, you need to study it now. And that same was echoed by a non-Indigenous educator, Dr. Bill Mell, who said the same thing to me, having heard my job talk, said, you need to study boarding schools. And so we began that work 20 years ago, and Jen LaBelle was a part of that. And our dear friend Suzanne Sharp and some other folk started the conversation about experiences, being told as we began that work that people weren't ready to talk. And so I'm here, and I feel, again, honored and overwhelmed by what has been shared, what has been learned, and the people in this room, and the profound wisdom that you bring to this conversation. And so I'm looking forward to this morning's conversation, and I'd like to pass this on to Dr. Michelle Johnson-Jennings to start the conversation.
I like to use visuals because it seems to keep me on task a little bit better. There we go. All right. So halita sa chapayat Michelle Johnson-Jennings, I'm Michelle Johnson-Jennings. I hail from the Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma, born and raised there, and also currently at the University of Washington. Before I talk to you a little bit more about myself, I just want to say I'm so honored to be here as well. I'm very grateful to be asked to speak and to be amongst all of you here today. And I thank you so much for our organizers and our planners for the THRO office too. I also want to take a moment to recognize our ancestors who are with us today and to greet them. I know I feel them strongly here with me, and to greet my own ancestors and yours as we sit and discuss today. I'll give the caveat as well. Most of the paintings, images in this presentation that I have here today are all of mine. I've either painted it, or the first image I should just show you is not mine. So I'll point out the oddity that is not. This is a Cree artist that I just loved. Love the design and love the connections here. It reminds me a lot of my grandmother, actually. So who I am, oh, sorry, you know how things get garbled. But I am Choctaw. I was born and raised in Oklahoma, and I see myself as part of my family. We came from the Talahina mountain ranges myself growing up. However, I have family all across Choctaw Nation in Oklahoma, and I have one sister who moved to be with me in Minnesota, who's located outside of the state. But otherwise, all of my hundreds and hundreds of cousins and nieces and nephews all reside there. I am also a clinical health psychologist by training, and I say that as a caveat. I've been Western trained for many years. I have been entrenched within Western medicine, and a lot of times I would come back to my family and to my Spokane, my grandmother in particular, and have to relearn how to heal and how to approach healing within our community. And within my sisters and my other family, I am a first-generation high school graduate. However, I always say that my family's most members of my family are far more intelligent than I am, but they do things such that I cannot do. I could read books and read well, and so that's what they encouraged me to do as a child. And my career has taken me across The continent, I like to say I'm just following the footsteps of our Choctaw ancestors who supposedly were in the northwest coast somewhere. Big flood happened, went to an island, stayed there overpopulated. Our stories talk about it was a time of famine. We had too little food, and so we moved back. But the people we moved back to didn't want to give up the land they now had, their territory, and so we kept traveling all the way down through the Yucatan and then crossed across the waters to settle in southeastern U.S. And myself, I started out in Oklahoma, went to Montana, Minnesota, then to Canada, and now in Washington. So I say, and I went to Aotearoa in New Zealand for a year as well. So I say, we're just taking a little trip around. So we'll see. But very grateful to be there right now as co-executive director with Dr. Tessa Evans Campbell for the Indigenous Wellness Research Institute and director of our division on Indigenous Environmental Health and Land-Based Healing. All in all, though, being a psychologist, I will say that I see myself more as a storyteller. Telling stories, re-narrating our stories, focusing on the love, just as I learned stories as a child, just as I continue to tell my children's stories. You'll see my family's here. I have 4 children, 2 daughters, 2 sons, and they are truly amazing. I'll talk a little bit more about them as we go along. I have also my grandmothers here as well. I want to just pay honor to my grandmother I'm hugging in the top photo. This is actually the anniversary of her passing. And she was also a boarding school survivor who ran away, actually, and was able to run away at age 5 and make it back 90 miles to her home without speaking English. And then was forced to go just briefly to a Choctaw-speaking boarding school, Federal Indian boarding school as well. And then my grandfather as well, I don't have on here yet. Now, sometimes when we talk about trauma, and I myself think about the trauma within my family, that we often skirt around. We don't see the forest for the trees, right? And I know with our tribal community in particular, the Trail of Tears was often discussed by myself, even as a child, and by my own children, I realized later, as a present-day event, right? Being forced or removed by the government, having mass loss of life across as we walked for the first tribe to be removed, actually. So we had to assemble in Mississippi and then had 3 waves of removal. And this severely impacted our community. And then later to have the generations that were just beginning to recover and survive and move forward to be then placed into boarding schools, children ripped away. I mean, I look at my 7-year-old now and think about if he were ripped away from me, you know, even at age 7, I couldn't imagine the pain, the loss that would have occurred. And so a lot of times this trauma does get us, I think, you know, rightfully so, feeling very down. But as I have moved forward in my own journey and through working within community, I've used art as a way to kind of illustrate my process of understanding how we can re-narrate and transform these narratives. And in this image here is a painting of mine, and that's my grandmother holding her firstborn child. And I love this image of her because she is our Spokane, our Choctaw Hoya, who's so strong and powerful. She spoke Choctaw and refused to learn English until she was almost 20 years old and then taught herself. And she was definitely our matriarch of our whole households on both sides. She took in her grandkids whenever she could. She cared for them, and she loved them, and she told us the beautiful stories. Once being a doctoral student, I went home and asked her, Grandma, you know, I want to talk about how it is to be healthy in a Choctaw way. Can you tell me what that means to you, to be healthy in a Choctaw way? And she looks over and she's like, you know all those stories I told you about the animals? I'm like, yeah, those kid stories. She goes, no, all the stories because she was in a community in which they only spoke Choctaw growing up. She goes, we sat around the fire and we would tell the children those stories. She said, those stories contain all you need to know to be well. And so throughout my career, I've really focused on the stories I've learned from her and from my friends, even high school friends. We would share stories, college friends at Oklahoma, OU, we would share stories and trying to decode what are the instructions for living in a good way. And in this image, I placed her in the center because she is someone who I see as my role model, as my mentor. And the flicker bird for us represents healing. And so I have the healing of the flicker bird coming through. But the columns that are on birch bark painted and pasted is the Dawes Treaty. The Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek that removed us from our homelands. And so I've put her in the middle there, one of healing, a space of healing, of being removed, of being taken from the boarding schools, but also through the waves of the water of regeneration and renewal, being able to cross into an area of health and well-being, drawn upon our sacred medicines that I've painted here, as well as our Haktuma moth, our tobacco moth that brought it to our community, and how we can give prayer and renew and heal as we move forward today. Now we have this impact of trauma, and it is there, and it is very true. We need to recognize that and see that as a truth that we must address and we must bring to the forefront. But at the same time, this is the impact of trauma. There's also an impact of love across the generations. And I have here my family in the upper right here. That's their hotel that they had in Oklahoma. I say hotel loosely because in Oklahoma, back then, it's just a two-story house. But this is where they would host people. And only spoke Choctaw. Only Choctaw community is built around the railroad that came through. And there's my grandparents there. I thought it was just my grandfather, until I was an adult actually, who was a preacher and a medicine person, so a healer. And so people would come to the hotel for healing, and he was able to treat them in a discreet way, because that was illegal back then. And then it wasn't until recently that I learned that my grandmother was also a healer too. And in fact, my father speaks very casually in his older years about, oh yeah, she had the kanakoshawa, the little people on her bed at the hospital when she was passing. And everybody saw it. He said the nurses saw it at the Tallahassee Hospital, the doctors saw it. Like, the little person was right there as far as he knew, helping her heal before she passed and pass in a good way. And so I think about how they were able to move forward despite these traumas. Yes, we have the boarding school that my family went to is Jones Academy, including my brother and sister did have a short stint there as well before it's changed now into the Choctaw Nation's hands and more of a leadership academy today. Also, St. Agnes Choctaw School in Antlers is also one of ours. This image of the women walking the Trail of Tears, I will say, is a stock photo. That is not mine, as well as the buildings. But also, I have my grandfather here, who is also a boarding school survivor, as well as his siblings. And I've noticed on some of their plots, they don't even list their mother's name because they're not sure who their mother was, and their father also passed. So it's quite a big heartache on that side of the family as well. But yet he still loved us with a fierce love, and he would take me aside and push me on a swing and teach me Choctaw as a child, and that love just oozed out of him. Again, like others have mentioned, didn't necessarily say, I love you, but in Choctaw would, right? And then my grandmother as well. And then we have the nation there, and I put that as a representation of that we move forward as a community. Even if my family wasn't necessarily involved with the direct politics of the nation, definitely the community was there for each other. So during this time of hardship, during this time of turmoil, we had family. We had community pushing us forward. We had our medicines, and we had ways to get around what was imposed upon us. And I think back to that resilience and that strength and that power that's within that. And that's where, my great-grandmother holding me on her lap here as a baby and a child, and my brother and my sister, just two of my brothers and sisters. But, that's a great power to me, to have that behind me as I move forward as a child, and to be able to pass that on to my children as well as they move forward. Now, it's a difficult tightrope to walk. This is my youngest. But, we do have to balance this, the trauma with the idea of the love that comes from above, right, that we can reach out and grab and to steady us when we're feeling down is really critical and important. And I think, our ancestors have done this all along. For myself, I just got off the plane from Ireland. I don't even know if it's been 24 hours, technically. That was a gift purchased by my children for myself and my husband. And it was a very short trip. But the reason they did this was because after the Trail of Tears, this very long walk where our community was desolate and trying to survive and starving, later on their children heard of the Irish famine, and they heard of people starving as well. And I always would be told by my aunties and my grandmothers that, they're so much like us, we had to give. They're so much like us, we had to help. Nobody else would help and send money, but the Choctaw Nation would. And so we gathered what we could and sent, some people say the equivalent of $250,000 today to them. And they have honored that. They've come to the nation. As a child, I met a president who came in, and they danced for us, and we danced for them. And I'll never forget that, because when I shook her hand, she said, "Please come visit." And so my whole adult life, I've been wanting to go visit, right? And they have done such wonderful work in reciprocity of offering full rides to their university. They have done a sculpture to honor us. And so I was able to go, and I cannot tell you the love and the genuineness that I encountered there as people held my hand and said, "Thank you so much for what you did for us. Thank you for your ancestors." And I sit back and think, I wonder if my ancestors knew that when they sat and walked this Trail of Tears, they literally focused on the 7 generations forward to get them through. One of my grandmothers, I read an account, and she said that she had carried her little brother on her back on the Trail of Tears, barefoot in the snow. And she carried him so that he was 5. But if she put him down, because he could no longer walk, he would be killed by the soldiers. So she said she carried him. And they said, "Well, what got you through in the interview?" She said, and she didn't say it was being scared that he would die or just him. She goes, "With every step I took, I thought about my love for the 7 generations forward with every step," right? And so I sat down and thought, well, who is that? Who is the 7th generation after her? And I counted it, and it's my children. So my children, I get to tell them, you were loved so much before you were ever even born by her. And that's what got her through that trauma, right? And so I think about that love. And when I went to Ireland, stood in the spot where they're honoring us, I thought about moving that love forward and how powerful that is for healing, and how our ancestors healed by being able to give that gift of a little bit of money, a little bit of support to someone else. Now, in Indigenous frameworks, I'll try to hurry this up because I don't have too much time, but I'm happy to discuss later with anyone who's interested. We have these frameworks within Western medicine. I'm a clinical health psychologist. I would go into a clinic, meet with the patient, and instead of asking what strengths you bring from your ancestors, what beauty you bring, what stories, what teachings, the first thing I would walk in and say is, what did your ancestors curse you with, right? Did they curse you with diabetes risks? Did they curse you with mental health risks? Like, what did they do to you instead of what they have done for you? And from an Indigenous view, that's very different. And so I've been privileged and honored to work with communities across North America and in Aotearoa, focusing on what our ancestors have gifted to us to be well today and how to heal from this trauma. Because we know trauma and love are both very important. We have Dr. Nora Valco here at NIH has done some of the preliminary work on epigenetic and looking at how when 2 twins are separated at birth, the one that goes to the less loving household still has switches turned on that put them at risk for substance use. Other studies have shown could be at risk for other chronic diseases, diabetes, cancers, etc. Now, we know that if the other twin goes to a loving household where there's not yelling, hitting, etc., we know that those switches get turned off by age 5, right? And then there's some preliminary work being done showing that even as adults, we can turn those switches off through loving interactions, powerful, collective, loving interactions. And it's just as our ancestors have taught us. My grandmother, she, escaped boarding school. My grandfather went to boarding school, and they took those teachings away from them. But we can get them back through our stories about how you never strike a child, you never upset a pregnant woman, right? You always speak lovingly to a child. In our cultural ways, the parents don't even get on to the children. It's the uncle who will just guide them gently and do a lot of positive reinforcement for them. Those actions are so critical to protect and move us forward. And being there as the aunties in the community, being there as the community at large who can also offer that loving support is so critical for our well-being. And it alters not only the generation that we're able to do that for, but the subsequent generations. So as I tell my 4 children, we try to do what we can for you. You keep it going and do even more for my grandchildren and even more for them. It's just a short little blip in our history, as Dr. Linda Smith says. Colonization is a short little blip across these thousands of years that we have been Native people, right? And so if we can just interrupt that and get right back onto track of being the loving, kind, wonderful communities that we have always been. Of course, it's not a magic wand. That's my eldest there. That, we can just wave and say, okay, it's going to be better. But we do know that we could take those little efforts and that it means a lot to each of us. Now, my charge was to talk a lot more about land, and so I think land is a critical factor in health. It definitely realigns us with our ancestors. We get back in touch with love upon the land, right? As you walk upon the land, you can actually feel the love there. And a lot of my work centers on working with communities and going back to sites of trauma and calling upon the ancestral love that got them through, right? And when I work with communities, they will often spontaneously design their own ceremonies upon the land. I've even worked with communities that said, we don't have our ceremonies anymore. What do we do? And I just step aside and spontaneously a new ceremony will emerge because the land speaks to them and we speak to the land. Now, we know there's scientific benefits of land-based interventions. I like to say Western science is just now catching up in a lot of ways, but our ancestors already knew this. We know that if we go outside, I was talking outside, you'd be more likely to remember all that I say right now. We know that you're more likely to make long-term behavioral changes if you're outside. We also know that we can remember our ancestral ways when we're outside. That's what all of our leaders have told us, right? Our ceremonies are held outside upon the land. There's a good reason for that. And we know that because we're amazing scientists. Our ancestors knew this. And they knew what was best for us. But to do that, we have to get dirty first, I like to say. We have to decolonize. We have to look at our ways and what we've done and kind of analyze that. Is it a reaction, as Dr. Walters would say, to colonization, or is it something that, has been important to us and based upon our teachings? And then we need to indigenize, go back to what's indigenous for us today. We don't have to recreate ceremonies that we may no longer do. We can create new ones. And that's such a release and such an aha moment for myself as well, hearing that, we don't do that anymore. Yeah, that's gone. It's lost. It's lost. But I think that's a colonial narrative that something's lost, right? We didn't lose it. It's been taken from us, but we're a living culture, so we can revive it and do it right now. As long as we engage in a good way, we have our elders there, we have our youth there, and we collectively come together. And it's not about personal glory. It's not about putting yourself out there as a leader of this or that. But it's about listening and giving and stepping aside as needed. And then we need to revitalize, and then we can enter a space of thrivance. And when we talk about thrivance, Dr. Walters and I both have discussed this more thoroughly in a chapter recently. But, thrivance is about growing for our ancestral knowledges and wisdoms. It's not just about surviving, right? We've survived. We're here. But now it's time. How do we set the future course so that we can thrive in today's world? How can we move forward in a good way? Land-based healing, when I utilize this term, it's just doing healing upon the land. It's what we've always done. It's not anything that's new in terms of indigenous communities. They're doing it all the time. But in terms of scientific research, what we've done is actually integrated ways to approach this in a scientific way to get grant funding to utilize this to address some of those ills that have been placed upon us through colonization and oppression. And we do that by developing healing interventions upon the land based within ancestral practices and teachings. But to do so, we also need a revolution, right? And we need to really center that love and pack it in there. Because we know that there's historical trauma, but if we can find the love that got us through, that's our key to doing well today. And of course, as we center our healing interventions upon the land and get back to our ancestral teachings, we can have narrative transformation and thrivance. That's my beautiful son who will probably never win a competition, but boy, does he love to fancy dance. And we know that land facilitates love and wellness. And I just want to reiterate, that's my grandmother back in the back with my youngest before she passed. And, it's really about being able to touch the earth, quite literally. When I made a new pair of moccasins for my firstborn, spent several months, and my husband said I had to cut a hole in it. We're like, that may be your, Dahiga, Siouan, Anishinaabe ways, but that's not my Choctaw way. So I'm not cutting a hole in these brain tan moccasins I just made and spent, 8 months beating. And he's like, well, I think we need to because the baby has to always touch the earth. I said, I don't think that's our Choctaw way. So I went to go see my spoke name, my grandmother, and asked her, Grandma, he says baby has to always touch the earth, and I got to drill a hole in these. What do you think? She goes, yes, he's right. Baby always has to touch the earth. That's so important. They have to feel the dirt. And now, again, Western science is catching up. Now we have things called grounding, where they're sticking a steel pole in the ground, running a wire up to the office, letting someone wear a bracelet to touch the earth, and they can see that it changes the electrons in the body, increases health and well-being, the dopamine, neurotin. And really all you have to do is walk barefoot on the ground, right? So that's their wisdom in action. And we know we can do this again through re-envisioning how we approach research, science, how we can partner together. We have a lot of Indigenous scientists today. We have amazing colleagues of mine. It's been such a privilege to see them rise up and take on assistant professorships, scientific roles, and they know their community and their culture, right? And then now we're in a place where we can actually have Indigenous scientists doing this work within the community, with their aunties, with their cousins, working together, being knowledgeable and appropriate and respectful as well. And we could do this through not just looking at the individual, but doing it through multi-level interventions, through new gaze, right? Looking at the land, looking at the earth, the sky, the moon, the stars, all of our relatives at once, and how that affects us for health and well-being. Now, we know land is an animate healing partner, and it's bidirectional. A lot of the studies in nature and health look at land as one way, unidirectional, right? Like humans go into the forest, they feel better, that's great. But we actually know as well that land benefits from us being there. And so as I speak with my non-Indigenous colleagues, they're starting to find that too. In areas where there are hunters, we know there's a better microbiome for the earth. We know that the trees grow better, right? So when there's a collaborative relationship, a balance, everyone benefits. And Mother Earth, being who she is, definitely benefits as well. So both are needed. Now, I won't go too much in depth because I believe I'm pretty much out of time, but we did have, I would say our pivotal work was with Yapali, and this was one of the first land-based healing clinical trials. I can't find an earlier one, so I think we were one of the first ones that Dr. Walters and I did, and it was such an honor and such a privilege, and Dr. Carrie Harrod as well, who is here, and we piloted this twice, and it was such an amazing experience to go back and re-narrate our stories of trauma, which was quite hard for me, I'll have to tell you. I was afraid I'd just be bawling the whole time, and I'm not a pretty baller, right? Like when I cry, some people cry so pretty and they still look nice. No, when I cry, like my nose goes red, my eyes go red and swells and look terrible. I'm like, I'm just going to be crying the whole time. But the power of being in the place and the footsteps of my ancestors, I cannot tell you what that meant to me. And it felt like a warm blanket upon me when I knew that they stood in this spot, getting through with the love of me on the horizon, right? That just made me feel so wonderful. And also centered the responsibility for me to do the same for the 7 generations forward. Because whatever we do today affects them. Even if you don't have any children, right? We are the ancestors in the making right now. Now, we had a framework here. Again, I'm happy to talk about this more later on with any of you. But I just did want to highlight our guiding questions, because this is guided not only research projects within the United Hawaiian Nation, within Aotearoa, but also our new project, the Choctaw Nation, with Kaya Rising Up. But these questions evolved from our first pilot, in which it was our facilitators walking, and we brought our children with us. And our kids did interviews that we couldn't be a part of and back, and I'm happy to share a link of my daughter. She said that was fine. When she was 12 years old, she came along with us. But as we completed the first pilot, we really solidified these questions of what kind of ancestor did my ancestors envision me to be? What kind of ancestor do I want to be? And what kind of ancestor do I want or envision future generations to be? And we focus on these each day that we're out on the land. And we do extended walks. We do camping out. We take time to really get to know the land and to be within those places. And to really reflect what kind of ancestor we want to be known as. And how we want others to see us today. And that has actually interrupted my children engaging in like substance use behaviors that typical adolescents would engage in. Like I've asked my child when they go out for a party, like, would you like, to call me if you drink, because I'll pick you up. Don't worry, no questions asked, just call me. And my eldest turned to me and said, how could I possibly drink after all my ancestors did? She goes, now I'm stuck. I can't even try anything. I'm the nerd. I'm like, okay, good. But she really took that to heart, right? That what she does right now is so important and critical, and she owes them because they did that for her. And so that's really powerful. And now we're able to also do the Wakaya project. And we're just gearing up. We're having our first couple of cohorts meeting again. And it's been amazing to see the youth and the interest in going back out on the land and being with us. And just a head nod to our staff there. Couldn't do it without them for sure. But it's amazing, too, because unfortunately, while we lost Dr. Walters to NIH, and we'll soon, unfortunately, lose Jesse Roberts as well, who's been our site PI for a very long time and just a critical part. We do have an all-Indigenous staff, and I just reflect back and think, wow, when I first started my career, I couldn't even imagine that we would have research scientists and assistants and health interventionists. And not only that, but the majority in Oklahoma are Choctaw as well. Even the site PI, Shauna Humphrey at Choctaw Nation, is Choctaw. And so I think about the revolution that we've been creating by designing and revitalizing, but as well as re-envisioning and translating those narratives of trauma into hope and resilience. And with that, I'm going to stop and let my colleague take over. I did have one last, so I can share this with anyone who might be interested. And then also, just a plug, we are hosting an international conference, Reclaiming Indigenous Ecologies of Love, if anyone else would like to join us there in Albuquerque in April through May.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, and so we have Dr. Joni Suina who's going to...
Sounds good. All right. Good morning. Goetzi hopa kuchinak sichan hatawets ese shutsanahanu suta kukitasi osuta. I am Dr. Joni Suina. I am from the Pueblo of Cochiti, and I serve as the Director of Communications at the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition. I have been with NABS for a cumulative total of about 7 years, and I previously served on the board of directors, being leading in different positions from president, treasurer, to secretary, and have seen the organization grow from a $300,000 budget to now well over $4 million. And so it's just been amazing movement, progression, and advancement. And so as my slides are loading, I will continue to reflect on our morning. And I think just kind of pinning back on this theme of speaking love, tending to our fires. And I was thinking about how, number one, Creator didn't want me to wake up on time, so I was late. Creator didn't want me to do my slides because Wi-Fi wasn't working this morning. Creator wanted a fire for us, so we had to be removed from the building, and Creator didn't want a second bus to come for us, so we were all waiting. And then lastly, Creator wanted me to do yoga this morning, so I don't know if anyone saw me, but I had to hop in the back of this SUV with my amazing colleagues who generously offered the SUV up. And so I was contorting in the back and just like totally crunched in there. Can I get a thumbs up if my slides are coming soon? So it looks like they're working on it back there. Nonetheless, I can definitely move into talking a little bit more about my work. Oh, there they are. Okay, so I see it on my end, but I'm not seeing it projecting. So once the image loads, you will see a photograph of my great-great-grandmother. Her name is Taohaniats. And in my introduction, I shared with you my Cochiti name, which translates to corn pollen woman. I also am a carrier of the Fox clan, and I'm a mama of 4. I have 4 teenagers, which you'll see throughout my presentation as well, and I really appreciate how Dr. Michelle really focused on land, body, spiritual connection, and for me, the work that I've been doing with NABS has absolutely been a curation of heart stories. And so that's what I'd like to share with you all today. Next slide. So how do we center this work? Well, bringing our ancestors into spaces like this today, bringing them wherever that we go to, where we visit, listening to our survivor relatives share their experiences, and also knowing that within this work, we're continuously on this pathway to finding what our higher purpose is as human beings. As culture bearers in a race with time, trying to learn our languages, trying to raise our children to walk good paths. And for me, I think about all these babies that were taken to places like Carlisle. So as an acknowledgement, I especially want to call in this female lineage that is a part of my DNA as Shutunahan, as fox carrier of our ways of knowing in our public communities and how we recognize each other. So here's to our healed future generations. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them. And in front of the stage, you'll see a collection of different photos that we have printed as a part of our work at NABS, and really tried to contribute to sharing more about what that narrative storytelling aspect looks like visually. And the photo that you see before you is Pueblo girls as they entered Carlisle in 1884. So more about my fox kits. On the right-hand side, there's a photo of my children and I. I have a 16-year-old son, twins that are 14 and 14, and my youngest is 12. The photo that you see on the left are my aunties, my daughters, my nieces, and just the beautiful collection of women in my family that will continue to carry our clan forward. I also center myself in this work as a survivor of sexual assault, of domestic violence, and so the narratives of my own heart story curations come to this work and come alive through my graphic design as well. And like Dr. Michelle mentioned earlier, this theme of moving from survivance to thrivance really goes to speak to the ways that we come together in solidarity to support one another. How did I begin in this work for the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition? Well, some of my colleagues that are present today may not even know this, but back in 2017, as I was completing my master's degree at UTulsa College of Law, my nephew was in a horrific car accident with my sister and niece, and unfortunately he didn't survive. And so what had happened was my sister was making a left-hand turn in Albuquerque on a street that's not super busy Sunday morning, and the Albuquerque Police Department officer T-boned them, and her son was in a coma for about a week. And when I received the news about this tragic accident, I found myself very torn as a mother and trying to help my children to heal and understand and cope with this loss if I couldn't help myself. So as I started to dig deeper into my research and also continuing with Indian education, so I used to be a language teacher in my community as well. I also had the opportunity to participate in a curriculum development institute at Dickinson College, and so as a part of it, I was brought out from New Mexico. I was the only Pueblo person and one of two people from the Southwest to dig into the archives and put together curricula so that teachers could use these resources in their classrooms and teach about boarding school and Indian law and policy. And as I was doing so, I continued to look at the lineage of some of our relatives that had attended Carlisle. And I made this a very remarkable discovery, which I'll share in several slides here on out. But I also want to come back to centering our survivor relatives and how we know that it's so important to capture their stories because many of them are passing on. So you may recognize our grandmother LeBeau, who has since journeyed on, but this was back in 2018 at the 100th year anniversary closing of Carlisle. And it was actually held at the the Holiday or Comfort Inn there in downtown Carlisle. And this was really at the very beginning when NABS had fully moved full force into our next level of our 501c3 status. And we have our elder board member there, Sandy Whitehawk. She's somewhere in the audience. I was hoping she would be here this morning to see these wonderful photos. And so it's memories like these kinds of heart stories that I hold very near and dear to me. This is back in 2022 in Minneapolis when Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan actually presented NABS with the proclamation for the Day of Remembrance, September 30th, to be recognized in Minnesota. And there's our team, but I think that, just as a part of some of the instrumental ways that these stories come to the desks and to the tables of our allies and supporters and our partners to help us carry this work forward, it's so important that we continue these kinds of conversations. This is 2022 July, first stop of the Papal Apology Tour in Maskwacis, Alberta, Canada. And I had the opportunity to attend this very momentous event with our CEO, Deborah Parker. And wow, I think I'm still reflecting so many years later and thinking about all the ways that this work has continued to manifest itself in different spaces to allow us to come together as relatives and have these conversations, to pray together, to cry together, to laugh together. I don't know how many of you heard some of us Pueblo ladies cackling yesterday during one of the breaks, and my stomach hurt so much, but it was like, it's the beauty of how we allow this transcending of humor and grief to meet us in places where we know that our ancestors' spirits continue to live on. And so I think that that's what also continues to feed that fire for me in this work. So a little bit more around the academic side to what I'm speaking toward, and what I focused my research on as a doctoral student at the University of Washington, Tacoma, was to an embodiment of land, body, and spirit. And I think Dr. Torres really spoke to it this morning in how we come together as relatives through our kinship ways of knowing. And in our Pueblo communities and many others like ours, this connection with our cornmeal, what we pray with, corn is life for us. And don't get me started on all my corny jokes, but I have a lot. I've collected a lot over the years. But in terms of this spiritual contract that we're bonded with in kinship ways of knowing, when a baby is born, for example, they are taken out to greet the sun on their 4th day of life. And this is what my grandfather gifted me with, and that is where I gained my name, Corn Pollen Woman. So in this work, the pollination of it comes together in many ways to speak to logic models like this. And this idea that our ancestors have prayed us into existence. And what we know within Western science is that our grandmothers were carrying the seeds of us within them. But indigenous knowledge tells us we've already known this for time immemorial. And I think that the beauty of the ways that this comes together really speaks to how it's an altruistic response to want to create healing pathways for our communities, to heal those traumas, to heal those bloodlines. And that is really the intergenerational future that we can continue to manifest and look forward to. So taking us back to Carlisle, my most recent trip to Carlisle was last month, and the cemetery looks much different. Today I want to give a shout out to Dr. Mandy, who's the executive director at Center for the Future of Native Peoples, who's in the audience today as well, and being a caretaker to our relatives there. And for those of you who don't know, our Pueblo nation, our 19 Pueblos within the state of New Mexico, we are actually the top 5 of children who attended Carlisle from its inception in 1879 to 1918. And as I was continuing to dive deeper into my own research and dig into the archives back in 2017, I also made the discovery of a relative by the name of Pedro Sanchez, who is buried there in the Carlisle Cemetery. And what really struck me was that this is only 5 generations removed from my children and I, and what does it look like when our children who went away to said schools do not have those healing elements of how we process and send off our relatives through ceremonies? What does that look like in our healing, and how do those ripple effects continue to play out today? Because I was seeing this in the grief that I was experiencing, trying to help my children cope with losing their 7-year-old cousin. Much like these children have also cried these same tears as well. And what you'll notice about Pedro's student ID card was that at age 16, he was 4'10". And I know as Pueblo people, we're short, but we're not Hopi short. Just kidding. We're just, I love you, my Hopi people over out there too. But when I meet people in person, they're like, wow, you're really short. I'm like, yeah, I'm Pueblo height. So, 4'10", age 16, and his cause of discharge, death. So in bringing together all of the ways that we've been able to share space like this, I think it's so beautiful knowing that all of the respective places that we're coming from, we're bringing our spiritual offerings, we're bringing our prayers, we are bringing the stories of our ancestors, our survivor relatives, and how this work has continued to manifest itself from a policy standpoint has been with such tremendous movement at NABS. And thinking about where we were 4 years ago when we began pushing for the advocacy of the Truth and Healing bill, and looking at where we're at today, I just give total shout out, commending my colleagues for all of your work, because it is all of our hard work that we've been able to get the word out about who we are. And this is a photo of us earlier this year in Sister Sharice David's office in DC. I believe it was in February of this past year, and continue to lobby on Capitol Hill. And our brother Uncle Mo brings plenty, who's helped to get the message out as well. And some more beautiful photos of colleagues and the ways that we've continued to come together. The photo on the left is my eldest, my son, and one of my twins at the Apology in Gila River. And, you know, coming from the perspective of working with Native youth and knowing what it's like to be in a classroom within K through 12. I definitely miss that in many ways, but also being the mother of 4 teenagers, I think that, our youth are going to be the ones that are going to lead us forward, and they see the continued ways that our work has so many ripple effects, from sovereignty to Indian law and policy to health, to healing our traumas. And I think that even though sometimes my kids don't necessarily know what I do, they're like, "Mom, you're a baddie. I love you for all the work that you're doing." And it's such a sacrifice, I think, also to be, in this line of work and constantly, handling trauma, hearing these secondary stories that could be re-triggering to us as well. But in conclusion, I think that I'm just really grateful for all the ways that we've continued to push the movement forward. A little bit more about me if you're interested. My dissertation, like I said, focused on Native women leading healing efforts during the time of COVID, looking at trust-based philanthropy, because across the span of my career, moving from Indian Ed into small business development, I've seen so many of us creating our own projects and narratives and nonprofits that are geared towards these healing efforts to help heal our communities. And you'll find more about the NABS website as well, some of the interviews that I've taken on behalf of NABS to share a little bit more about my viewpoints. And with that, Necha, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And I know we started the day a bit late, so
we're back on time.
Yeah, so I want to maybe say that we could continue these conversations after. I don't know what the plans are for if we're going to move straight into the next session, or how would you like us to proceed? I mean, we certainly can talk, but.
I think that if people have questions, we can run the mic around, or we can stretch and take a quick break, or...
I mean, we have questions we can discuss too, but I also want to respect how our time.
Move forward with asking questions for a bit.
All right.
We're close to on time.
Cool.
Yes.
Well, we can do that. So these presentations were both really powerful journeys through how our colleagues are thinking about the broad topic that we were assigned, which really is
yeah, I know.
It was big. Pathways to thriving love, land, and water. But to in my finest reductionist way, to think about just. So what if someone were to walk up to you on the street and say, "So what does thriving mean to you?" Mm-hmm. How would you answer?
I can go first, yeah. All right. Some of those ladies know what that means. Okay, so for me, I would say, what does thriving look like? Well, for me, it's our babies speaking our languages. It is our women and our men tending to our fires, hunting on our traditional homelands, moving throughout our lands with access and not having to be burdened with all of the challenges that we've seen with trying to regain our lands. It's our babies coming home from places that they weren't meant to be buried within. And I imagine a future where our Pueblo ways in particular, because that is the worldview that I come from, will continue on. And I think that, being a witness to the beautiful ways that we come together as community following our traditional calendars, that those ways will continue, that those spiritual cornmeal contracts that we have will continue to pave their way forward, and that our children will be able to connect with our ancestors because they're speaking that same breath and prayer in sync.
When I think about Thrivance, I similarly, as my colleague, think about the wonderful underpinnings of who we are. And I do believe that as I look at my children, I think they are thriving right now. They're able to move forward knowing who they are and loving who they are and knowing they're loved. And I think when we're able to move forward in that state of mind, in that framework, that we are thriving, right? We're able to reimagine what we want in the future and able to take steps, even if they're just small steps. And, of course, we all get down when we take one step forward. Sometimes it feels like we're taking 2 steps back. But at the same time, we're able to grab and feel bolstered by our ancestral love, by what they have done for us, and to keep reaching for more for the next 7 generations. And to me, that's a state of thrivance as opposed to, again, just merely surviving it.
Thank you. And I have to say, I feel like as we focus on youth, I have seen such a transformation in the couple of decades that I've been in Alaska in terms of youth empowerment and ownership, whether it's the young people standing on the stages at AFN asking for people to tell these stories, really, that what we heard here is asking for, or some of the youth movements are powerful, that youth are really transforming the direction that we're headed as a state, and it's exciting to see. And I do think that is thriving. That we have youth and elders leading together. So yesterday we talked a lot about the importance of relationships and relations. The plants, the trees, the animals being our relations. And so I know you talked a bit about this, but how is your relationship with land and water contributing to your thriving? You've talked a bit about your family's thriving. I don't know if you have more you'd like to share about that.
I'll let you go first this time.
Okay. Well, I think that's definitely how we situate ourselves, right? And how we can be in a state of thrivance is knowing where we are, who we are, and how we relate. Anytime I go into a new area, and as my children do as well, we go and greet the water. We greet the water, we pray, we greet the land, we pray, we greet the trees, the sky, the earth. It's saying hello to your relatives. And I think recognizing you're part of it is really critical and important, I think, for all humans, to know that we are all in this together. We're all connected. The earth is here with us, and we are a part of the relationship of health and well-being. If we expect to be well, the earth must be well. We expect to be well. Our animal relatives must be well. The insects must be well. And we have to keep that in mind as we move forward and act upon that. But I think, I think it really definitely informs my work. Anytime I work with youth, it's a very common phrase in my research that we find in our interviews with them. They always say, how can I be well if the land is not well? And that's said again and again and again across different communities across North America, Canada. I work a lot in Canada, U.S., New Zealand. We see it repetitively, so I think that's critical for our well-being.
Did we have a question from the audience? Or?
Hi, thank you. Soul Kid, Freddie Lane. I just wanted to, I guess more than anything, a comment. Thank you for your presentations. I do, like I mentioned yesterday, I do the Gathering of Eagles, and we did this is our 5th annual coming up on May 17th through the 26th in Lummi. And I invited everybody, and then I also invited everybody to Maui. And we do a Gathering of Eagles. I just got back. And that connection to the land in our traditional waters, when we hosted the canoe journey, it was really important that we talked about traveling our ancestral highways. And I think your presentation hit it right on, that connection with the land, with the ancestral sacred sites. You know, people call them cities where we are, Bellingham, Seattle, Friday Harbor. They're all our ancient villages. And I have to remind our relatives that now, you know, but when we come in, it's really amazing that, like what was said earlier about all of our ancestors, including when Dr. Torres, my name is Scottish, and I began to recognize my great-great-grandfather. And so I think recognizing that and that connection to the land, I think is really spot on when we always make everybody touch the earth, and we do water blessing ceremonies, and we're seeing more of our customs, traditions, rites of passage, coming of age ceremonies. And so I just encourage that to all of us, that we help practice that. Because you know what? Those ancient traditions, in some of our cultures, may be gone, but like my late Chief Salik, whose hat he made my hat, he says, you will remember them, because it's in our DNA. And so I just wanted to share that, and thank you for your presentation, ACM.
Nature, thank you, that's beautiful. Okay, so,
Hi, my name is Rita. I am not Native. But I wondered, and I know Karina said earlier, hot mic. I am with NIH, National Institute of Neurological Disorders and Stroke, and I'm hoping my question isn't inappropriate, because I'm not sure if I said I was white, but I'm white. And Karina said earlier that, you know, the hot mic awkwardness comments, well, I don't need a hot mic to actually put my foot in it most days. So I run a program with other colleagues from other institutes where we bring Native youngsters in to do research for the summer. And they're amazing, as you can imagine. But some of them are very angry. And I'm not saying it's misplaced anger at all. But I'm wondering how the land could help. And I have both of you lined up on my list for speakers for them next summer. But how the land can maybe help with forgiveness. And I'm not saying forget what's happened, and I'm not saying forget the trauma or ignore the psychological trauma that continues on generation to generation. But I just wonder how the land could play a part in the forgiveness, which I think is like a cloud some days for these youngsters. Anyway.
Can I just ask for clarity? So when you say for forgiveness, for...
So for some of them, because of the treatment of their ancestors by the colonists and the colonizing and the settlers and all the horror and the boarding schools, there's been the trauma that's been passed on generationally to their parents or their grandparents. And so maybe there's some violence, domestic violence, that's continued on because of the treatment of their ancestors when they were young. And so there's anger with their relatives sometimes because of how they've been treated and how that's moved on. And then there's anger, appropriately, frustration, but more, deep-seated anger with the situation that their families have been put in because of the colonization. And I feel like if there was a way to better express, and I don't want to just say handle it like it's some easy thing to do, but I feel like they carry this huge burden, and I don't know I'm just curious if there's ways for it to become less of a burden, and so that, I don't know, I mean, if somebody wants to forgive their parent for the abuse that happened to them, can the land help with that healing? Does that?
I think so. Yeah, I think I understand. So you're asking about healing opportunities from trauma upon the land?
I'm talking about, yes. How do you, so is part of, can the land help in the healing of a youngster who maybe was hurt badly by a relative? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying, I'm not doing this well. I don't think they should just let it go like it didn't happen. But I also feel that sometimes it becomes very all-consuming, and then they turn to unhealthy practices. Does that help?
I think that the land is always living and breathing and healing, and there's many different ways that we can partake in feeling that embrace, that nurture. And for this individual youth, whether it's...
Okay, I'll try.
Oh, somebody in the back. Whether it's going to the mountains, taking a hike, or going in their backyard and scooping up the earth, embracing it. I think that there's so many ways that healing can contribute to that. Maybe we can talk a little bit later. I do want to honor that we have a survivor who has a question as well, so I'll be sure to connect with you. We'll continue. I know we started a conversation this morning, so yeah.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I think one of the most important things that I know from my own children.
Yeah, the mic's not on. Is it possible to get the mic on the side to be on? If not, we can hand this one down. Yeah.
No. Okay. We always find a way.
So I know that I've said and listened to about your children and your families, and it's wonderful.
Nature.
I love learning about other people, how they were raised, the ways that they followed. When I was young and I was sent to Dallas, Texas, well, even earlier on than that, I have to say pretty much all my life. I have two of them in my family that I call people watchers. I was a people watcher. And I assimilated what other people did. And I think that was one of my survival skills. But within our reservations, especially what I'm talking about, my reservations, Rosebud, Pine Ridge, Fort Yates, Eagle Butte, down in Fort Thompson. These are reservations that our people were placed on. We know about hunting. Number one thing, water is life. We always know about our three sisters, because that's part of our survival. Staying grounded, very, very important. But we have a fracture there amongst our people that we were not taught, because our ancestors... I have 6 relatives that went to Carlisle. Every time I look at these pictures, I'm wondering if I'm looking at my mother, my aunties and uncles. I'm always interested. Am I looking at my relatives there? I don't know. We didn't have the financial stability. And even today, a lot of our people, because of that fracture, the hurt, that we suffer with alcoholism, drug addictions. It's a fracture that we're struggling to heal from. Mm-hmm. And so if we don't know how to love or care for ourselves or our siblings or children, our grandchildren, then that fracture is going to remain there. And so, you know, it would be wonderful if we could somehow teach our children, our grandchildren, to go back to hunting and gathering. I had that ability when I was young, to go out and know what berries to pick, to know what to look for. I taught my children how to recognize, how to dig up turnips, how to dry them, the taste and the deliciousness of the turnip, because I was raised on that also. But our people are so fractured that, yes, I know how to love myself now. I know how to love my children, my grandchildren, but there's still that generational trauma there. So how do we get that to where we can clean out that wound and start healing, you know, as a peoples? Because I was talking with a young person yesterday, even with our language, they say we're bringing back so where we can learn our languages again. We have our young people that are my children's age that are arguing about what is right, how the right pronunciation. You know, they're wrong. Well, within my Lakota language, we all have different dialects, you know. So it's like, what is right and what is wrong? Because there's so much confusion there. Mm-hmm. And so we have to figure out what is causing that confusion and then start from there. I mean, I could be wrong, but I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think there are many communities doing just that, taking the youth out of the land. Some of the health intervention clinical trial that we're doing is taking kids out to learn to be on the land, berry picking, what to eat, how to be, and a lot of interest from the youth to do that. And a lot of the work that we've done is taking people who are fractured, don't really know how to connect in the cultural community, not because of their fault by any means, but being removed, right? And getting together as a group, I would say. And the really great thing, communities are doing this. I'm so excited to hear when I hear our grassroots movements, people are doing this all over. But, and then the very cool thing is, you know, National Institute of Health is funding programs, mine included and others, in which people are going out on the earth, taking children, reconnecting through the land, through the waters, and relearning how to be and be in a community.
Are they going out into the reservation?
Yes. I actually have one project where we're going 15 hours from any community in the dead of the Arctic area. It's pretty wild, but yeah, definitely. I think you're speaking very wise words. Yes, thank you.
I have a question.
This will be our last.
Yeah, this will be the last one. So, both of you are doing amazing work. So thank you for sharing your work with us. I work in an urban area, not an official relocation site, but has become like probably one of the largest, most densest urban populations in the United States, Minneapolis. We have about 134 different tribes that are represented there. And then we have 11 tribes in the state. And one of I think the biggest challenges that I'm seeing in trying to do some of this work is just structural level things that just prevent us from being able to benefit from these things, right? So it's like, years ago when I was a clinical psychologist, we had some people come and visit a tribe I was working for, encouraging us to use wilderness therapy and those kinds of things to kind of help our young people with substance abuse and things like that. And I saw a lot of value in that, but it was absolutely, completely devoid of any culture, right? And so it really laid the foundation for me to begin to think about, like, how do I begin to sort of like try to find a way to integrate that into the work we do in an urban environment, which is really, really challenging if you don't have land. Mm-hmm. And really, really challenging if you work with a community that has deep, deep poverty, who are houseless, who are like, so that's, I'm just wondering if you have any ideas, or if you worked with like urban populations, like how you sort of created the opportunities for young people to sort of like have that experience, because I think it is really the foundation for sort of kind of, building the strength and the resilience for them to sort of, push against the toxic stress of of boarding school and other effects of colonization. But it's a limitation. So.
Definitely. Well, we have done a project in urban with youth, and I was actually in an American Indian Housing Organization, two actually, but one in which they did a rooftop garden and got the kids up with planters and growing and involved the whole family, which was really effective. Just again, touching the earth, being outside, caretaking, and then they raised their medicines, traditional medicines, as well as traditional foods on top of the roof. And we saw lots of great health results from that. But you're right, land is really critical. And then another one was in an urban setting in which we did kind of a wraparound after-school program. We utilized the outdoors, trees, but also parks. A lot of going to the parks in different areas. I think urban settings can have a lot of challenges, safety, transport, how do you get kids there and back, and what have you. But as I've talked to lots of community members who maybe are even adopted out, right, and don't have the connection or not able to go back to their traditional lands, we often talk about Mother Earth as a whole. We always have territories that have changed over time, or at least most communities have. Some tribes, I would say, have been in some area for much longer, but a lot of communities have territories that change over time. But as we think about Mother Earth being a whole, anytime we go outside upon the land, and in the area, the land doesn't change, right? So reconnecting in any place that you can, I think, is really critical in any way that you can, right? Be innovative. But.
Yeah, I appreciate your question and your comment, brother. So for us at NABS, I would definitely say that being that you're in the Twin Cities, it would be awesome for our org to connect and share a little bit more information, hand out some swag. Also, in thinking toward 2025, we will be updating our strategic plan, and as a part of it, we have many plans to unleash our curriculum as well. And another resource locally to New Mexico that I could share with you is through the Indian Pueblo Cultural Center. There's an Indigenous Wisdom curriculum teaching component that is for elementary. There's a section on that, middle school, and then there's a separate section for high school. So lots of different activities for knowledge sharing that might just bring some ideas. Yeah.
Thank you. Can we give one more round of applause to our amazing presenters?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, panelists. Wonderful. We're going to take a 5-minute break, water break, food, quick, eat. And then we're going to, I say 5 minutes, but yeah, I know how y'all are, right, Indian time. And then come right back. We're going to keep on going. Our Hawaii brothers, our Hawaii sisters are next. Thank you. All right. It's my pleasure and honor to be able to introduce to you Dr. Monica Bertagnolli, who is our director of the National Institutes of Health, who has been a true champion for American Indian, Alaska Native, and Native Hawaiian health. And she formerly was head of the National Cancer Institute, and she comes with an amazing background, both as a practitioner, a researcher, and now as director. And we're really honored that she's here, and she's going to share some words with us. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Dr. Bertagnolli. Thank you.
Well, let me start and be very clear about one thing. The honor is all mine. And I just want to, before I even start, express my gratitude to all of you for being here. You're coming here. First, is so meaningful for us. I hope you understand and know that NIH is open to you always. And I'm just so grateful you're all here. So the other thing, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the boarding school survivors, the descendants of survivors, and the community members who've joined us to undertake this truly important work. Your remarkable resilience, cultural strengths, unwavering spirits, and contributions are such valuable gifts as we take on the critical work ahead. The subject of Indigenous boarding schools represents one of the darkest chapters in American history. Through the Indian Civilization Act of 1819 and boarding school policies, Native children were forcibly removed from their families and stripped of their languages, cultures, and identities. I just want to take a moment of silence to think about those words. Children forcibly removed from their families. So a moment of silence and sadness as for those children and their families. Thank you. The trauma caused by these policies reverberates throughout generations, deeply affecting the physical, mental, and social well-being of Native communities today. We are living today. We have to go forward with what we have today, and what we have is this terrible legacy that we're coming together to try to reckon with. As President Biden said during his remarks at the Gila Indian River community, while darkness can hide much, it erases nothing. We cannot live in darkness. We have to directly confront what has gone on before. By confronting this painful history head on, we create the foundation for healing, understanding, and meaningful change. This summit reflects our shared commitment to shining a light on these injustices and taking action to address their enduring impacts. We, the scientific community, are here to listen. We honor the voices of survivors, their families, and their communities who have courageously shared your stories. Your accounts are central to this work. They guide us as we work to understand how to heal the intergenerational wounds caused by our government's policies. We are the National Institutes of Health. Our mission is research. What does research mean? It can't be a sterile, scientific thing. Research has to be about health. And when we have trauma and absence of emotional, spiritual, cultural health, then understanding has to be grounded in the things that are underlie and bring social, cultural, and spiritual health. And in this one, we need you. We will be completely ineffective if we don't start first and foremost with you and side by side with you as we try to understand. And as research, that's what this research means to us, bringing the understanding. And that really means we have to take our guide from you. We're steadfast in our commitment to addressing another thing, the disparities in health that disproportionately impact Native communities. Poorer health in every way, not just the intergenerational trauma from the boarding schools, but also the access to care, the integration of care with Native cultural practices. I think we've tried to keep them separate. That doesn't help. We have to bring them together. And to think about the systemic injustices, including historical trauma, that have led to the fact that our First Nations peoples have poorer health. We aim to advance research that identifies these disparities and to work with partners, with you, to identify solutions that are culturally relevant and provide what your communities need, not what we think your communities need. We must address not only the challenges of Native communities, but also celebrate and learn from your enduring strengths, wisdom, and indigenous knowledge. I just have to say personally here, I have always been privileged throughout my entire life to live immediately adjacent to the Wind River Indian Reservation. It's Northern Arapaho and Eastern Shoshone communities. And so I know personally how many gifts I have been given by my association with these cultures. I am profoundly grateful. I think everyone should have those gifts. This resilience is fortified by the values of community and interdependence, by the gifts we get from our ancestors, reminding us that our own well-being is not just an individual pursuit, but a collective one. We have so much to learn from this community-centered approach. If my community is not well, I am not well. This must guide our efforts as we prioritize collaboration with our indigenous communities, respecting their sovereignty, and ensuring that all research is mutually beneficial and informed by your wisdom. While we need to acknowledge past justices, action is critical. NIH is committed to co-creating a future with you where Native children, families, and communities thrive. This week's summit is a vital step in this journey. Survivors, community practitioners, and scientific leaders have been brought together to identify gaps in knowledge, to align priorities for developing a whole of government and community-informed approach to addressing the ongoing trauma from our history. By synchronizing responses across communities and federal agencies, we ensure that our work is holistic and impactful. We, the representatives of the U.S. federal government, must approach this work with great humility. Our partnerships with tribal nations, indigenous organizations, and community leaders will continue to guide us so that our efforts are sustainable and meaningful. Together, with open hearts, we will forge paths forward that promote healing and healthful futures for Native communities, for the children of today. Thank you so much for your presence, your insights, and your dedication to this essential work. Your dignity, your courage, your legacies, and your commitment to making the world better is an inspiration for all of us. I look forward to the remainder of the meeting. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Jane Simoni, we have the Italian leadership today. Dr. Jane Simoni, who is Director of the Office of Behavioral and Social Science Research, who's going to share some words. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It is a pleasure to be here today, really an honor to welcome, especially all of you, but especially many of you who have never been to the NIH campus before. And I have to say, I don't know if you know it, but you're really radicalizing the place. The directors were talking on email yesterday, look at the teepee, definitely come by. We've never seen something like this. It was so beautiful in the sunset last night and beautiful in this morning, in the sunrise this morning. So really just an incredible experience. And I thought about it today. I've been listening. I've been riveted to the live stream all day yesterday when I couldn't be here, and then today. And I thought, what is so different about it? And I finally began to put my finger on it, that at NIH all the time we speak to the mind, the intellectual science-based talks. But here, in the talks, every one I've had, there is intellectual stimulation. They're methodologically rigorous. But there is also beyond that a speaking to the heart and a speaking to the spirit. So it's like a multimodal presentation that I just can't look away from. And I feel so appreciative to be able to hear and witness. So I do hope you appreciate what you're doing to the campus today. I want to thank the leaders who had the vision, the commitment to imagine this event and put it together and bring everyone here for this momentous summit, including U.S. Secretary of the Interior Deb Haaland, the NIH leadership, Dr. Bertinoli, Karina, Director of THRO, and, of course, the National Native American Boarding School Coalition. I know Deb Parker couldn't be here, but I'm so glad Dr. Samuel Torres was able to address us. And, of course, all the staff, the volunteers, the voluntols. You're doing a lot of work behind the scenes. You drive everything at NIH. And I really thank you. Every little detail was sweated over, so I thank you all for that. It's beautiful, and it's really appreciate your efforts. Several speakers have mentioned President Biden's formal apology this fall for the role of the federal government in running boarding schools where thousands of Native American children faced abuse, neglect, and erasure of their tribal identities. I remember the moment he apologized. Maybe we all will. I was attending a social work conference, appropriately, with a panel with a Native American tribal member. We pulled up the live stream on our phone. Karina was able to be there in person, so she was texting us how to get on, and paused our presentation to watch it. We were mesmerized, incredulous, amazed, appreciative, even awed. And, of course, we were just overcome with the negative, the sadness, really, of it all. And we wept there at the conference. Because I don't have to add, no one missed my presentation that I wasn't able to give. We were so glad that we were able to see that live stream. As part of a Native family and having the privilege to work with Native American colleagues, I've learned firsthand from personal stories from survivors of Native boarding schools. One friend and colleague spoke of the trauma he had experienced at the age of 12. He recalled the federal agents coming to his home and running and hiding in a back room under a bed, trembling, hoping to become invisible, but he wasn't able to escape. To the boarding school survivors and descendants of survivors here today, I want to offer a special welcome, a special appreciation for your courage and generosity in sharing your experiences and your insights. Because today is a day about healing, right? Yesterday is still hard, and yesterday there was joy, there was hope and optimism, even in the sharing of a lot of difficult emotions. But today, I want to talk about a path forward in some ways. The office I direct, the Office of Behavioral and Social Sciences Research, has an important role to play in helping to discover strategies for healing. Specifically, as stated in our recently released strategic plan, we are committed to values that will support this research. Values that haven't always been reflected in research, but I think are important to focus on. The first is health equity. That's a cross-cutting theme of our office. Health equity means health for all. It means everyone has a fair and just opportunity for complete health and well-being. We have a value and a commitment to training the next generation of researchers, which needs, frankly, to be more representative of the communities that we serve. And this includes Native scholars, versed in Indigenous knowledges, with traditional cultural values that we will look upon for these healing strategies. We also value collaborative partnerships, like you're seeing today, with community-engaged and even better, community-led investigations. So the research we support has meaning and relevance for Indigenous communities. We don't yet fully understand the depth of the health impacts from boarding school trauma, which was long-term, severe, and endured at a developmentally sensitive age. And we need to better understand how, as the elders noted yesterday so poignantly, how to help heal the intergenerational effects of these experiences. Another value at our office is to enhance research at multiple levels of influence. So often psychology, behavioral social science has focused on the individual, but we need to focus on the family, on the community, on tribe, on the population level healing that needs to be done. In our office also, we are dedicated to understanding larger social and structural determinants of health. And these are the policies, the systems affecting the conditions of daily life. And so often they've impeded health. They've been barriers to health. The obvious example is this ironically named Indian Civilization Act. But they're positive, facilitating social determinants, and these include the strength of the Native communities, access to traditional cultural practices, and knowledge, which can lead to healing and resilience. And I like what Dr. Torres talked about yesterday. Another strength, another structural social factor is ancestral love, both the receiving it and the giving it, and that is part of the healing. Finally, OBSSR, our office, is eager to fund implementation and dissemination science so that our research on resilience, on successful coping with trauma, leads to real-world interventions and equitable health outcomes. As our NIH Director, Dr. Bertonelli, reminds us, our work's not done in the lab until we feel the effects in the clinic and in the community. I'll end by reinforcing that our work in identifying gaps in knowledge surrounding intergenerational trauma and health must be conducted with the utmost humility, as Dr. Bertonelli so emphasized. We look for guidance and direction from Native communities as we proceed. We are poised to listen and learn from the resilience and wisdom that Native people today are demonstrating and addressing, and in other places are addressing past injustices. So I thank you, and I look forward to the rest of the summit.
Thank you, Dr. Simone. We are going to now transition to our Native Hawaiian relatives coming on up. And we're actually, believe it or not, starting to slowly but surely get on track. Do you have a quick question, Stephen? Councilman? It's on now. No?
Almost given up. I've been away from it now for 3 or 4 years. COVID kind of distracted us from everything. But we had been trying to get NIH and SAMHSA and some of the others to listen. We're tired of the grants coming down through the states and say we need to utilize research-based interventions, because we know that our interventions work, and we've been asking for grants and money so we could show and demonstrate what we already know, that our cultural-based practices are actually evidence-based practices. And so I'm just going to take this opportunity to just put a plug in that you, given the opportunity or not, but maybe you can embed it in your staff here, that that's something that we have been looking for a long time, to have some money to be able to do those type of things. Thanks.
I just want to also acknowledge Councilman is on our Tribal Advisory Committee for Council for the National Institutes of Health. Thank you for your question and comment, Steve. Okay. Without further ado, I know we're getting close to getting on time. It's coming on. I'd like to introduce, first I want to say aloha. Thank you for being here. I'd like to introduce Dr. Jamie Mahealani Miller and Dr. Tony Bisson, who are going to share with us about pathways to thriving from Hawaii. And, our Native Hawaiian relatives also were impacted by boarding school and actually don't get the attention around these issues. And we're really grateful that you're able to speak to some of these issues and thriving and moving forward today. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stage is yours.
E ave nui ake ave nui ave li'i ave poko ave loa ave luna ave lalo I loko kamoana o kanaloa ue kalani naue kahonua ne'e kahonua ola I kahonua ho'ola kahonua ue ke kupuna kupa'a ke kanaka maoli ti he maoli ola e ho mai ka ike mai na mai e o na mea huna no e ao o na mele e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai ka ike mai luna mai e o na mea huna no e au
ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai, ka ike mai luna mai e. O nā mea huna noi au, o nā mele, e ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai. Nā au makua mai ka hiki a ka lakau, mai ka ho'ohui a ka halawai. Nā au makua i a ka hina kua i a ka hina alo, i a ka kau i ka lani. I ka he I ka lani, o we ka lani, nunulu I ka lani. Ka holo pula pula ako o ka poe ka ko... Ke aina nei. Ke... e malama o ko ia mako. E ulu I ka lani, e ulu I ka honua, e ulu I ka pai aina o Hawaii. E ho mai ka ike, e ho mai ka ikaika, e ho mai ka kamai, e ho mai ka mopopono, e ho mai ka iki pāpā lua, e ho mai ka māna. Mahalo. Mahalo.
We continue to bring our ancestors in every day, all the time, every moment. And so that was just honoring who we are, where we come from, and to continue to build relationships and strengthen the work that we all do around healing and thriving. We're going to just use this and sit down and talk story, and want to first introduce myself. Ovao Jamie Mahelani Miller no Punalu'u Oahu Maiau. I am Jamie Mahelani Miller from Punalu'u on the island of Oahu. It's on the north shore side of Oahu, just before all the big waves start to happen. I come from a place that is abundance of water. The water in my area, in the Ahupua'a that I come from, provides water for most of the island on Oahu. And it is known as a place of vibrancy and momona and lots of land, and it was used to feed most of the people on that side of the island traditionally, just from this small little area. I'm married. I have 2 children, and I have 6 grandchildren. And the work that I do is for the future generations. I'm a trained social worker, an educator. I work for the University of Hawaii part-time, and I have a nonprofit organization that was a response to the trauma that our family experienced of being a justice-involved family. I'm going to we have so much slides, but we're not going to speak to all the slides. So we're just going to kind of go through some of the things that that speak to thriving and where we are, the status of Hawaii. And so this is our my organization called E Kolu Mea Nui, and this is some of this is our mission and the goals that we aspire to on the daily. And so I'm just going to click through, and then Tony's going to introduce herself. Her mo'oku auhau. Mo'oku auhau is, to us, that means genealogy. Mo'o refers to a lizard, but not the kind of lizards that are in our houses. These are beautiful beings that are bigger and greater than we are. And a mo'o is the back. Ku'auhau is the back of the mo'o, and that's how we track our genealogy or where we come from. And so we're going to share a little bit of our mo'o ku'auhau. And so I'm going to just click through, and you can...
Oh. O mai kako, o Tony Grace Cecilia Kalina Hulihe'i ko Uinoa, no New Valley mai au, o Norbert Blaze Kanani Bisin Laua Ame, o Johanna Kahililehua Lam ko Umau Makua. Aloha, my name is Tony Bisin. I am from a community called New Valley on the island of Oahu. My parents are Norbert Blaze Kanani Bisin from the island of Maui. My mother is Johanna Kahililehua Lum from the island of Oahu. I bring them into this space as our ancestors, and it's wonderful to be here with you all. And I just want to point out some of our other ancestors here sitting next to us. These are some work that we do at the Pu'a Foundation, but it has our ali'i on it. And the one female leader here on that's pictured, and she's sitting right next to us, is our former queen, Queen Liliuokalani. I am a executive director of an organization called Pu'a Foundation, and the mo'oku auhau of the Pu'a Foundation is actually, we were created out of an apology, redress, and reconciliation on the part of the United Church of Christ that brought Christianity to Hawaii in 1820. There was a large apology, redress, and reconciliation initiative, and part of that larger initiative was to create an organization in the community, and that's the organization that I work for. It is called Pu'a. Pu'a is a Hawaiian word for feeding, nourishing, and strengthening. And I point out to our queen here is because the focus of the work that we do in Pu'a Foundation now about historical trauma and things like that, we focus on women and girls and the justice involvement, and our tagline is actually trauma to transformation. The historical aspect of Hawaii was our queen was actually imprisoned in her own palace. And one of the classes that we teach at the Women's Community Correctional Center is a cultural healing and well-being class. And we use these resources to really uplift our history and our stories. And we tell the story about our queen and our women. When they hear about the queen being imprisoned, they're like, that's just like me. And there's like, and the thriving of how her leadership was. And they're like, we can be like that. So that's just a little bit about us. And then there's another wonderful initiative that we have. That's called the Punahou Heritage Forest. And I appreciated Dr. Michelle that was talking about land can be healing. And so we steward 2,000 acres of forest lands. And we connect Malama Aina, Malama Kanaka, which means take care of self, take care of the land. I don't know. We have mahalo.
And so, e kolume nui, the work that we do, that both Tony and I do with the incarceration or justice impacted families and peoples of Native ancestry in Hawaii, is the residuals of the assimilation and the boarding school movement in Hawaii. And I would first like to acknowledge the stories that have been told and are continue to be spoken here at this conference and at home, at the homes where you folks all come from and the places that you come from, and for being inclusive to us, Hawaii. And although our experience and the history of this in Hawaii is somewhat similar, but also there's all this feedback. Should I move?
Like the side? Maybe. Is it because we're close?
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think because it's on at the same time, right? Because that's how we're doing our presentation. It's not like one at a time. I can go over there. Okay. Anyways, our experiences are similar, but also very unique in that we have not had any student deaths occur in the Hawaiian experience, but definitely damage and trauma socially, physically, emotionally, psychologically, spiritually. We do have, there are 7 named schools or institutions that are part of the report. And so the research is very in its beginning and its inceptions in Hawaii. And without us being included in this initiative, it would have been glossed over. And so much mahalo to the Department of the Interior for including Hawaii and also to NABS for their recent visit to Hawaii a couple of weeks ago, and allowing our people across the various islands to share their stories and their history. So we really want to acknowledge that and mahalo you. And the current work that we're going to talk about and thriving is really, that's our kupuna. Those are our parents and our grandparents. My grandparents boarded at Kamehameha schools, which is one of, and they're from a neighbor island and came over to Oahu and were boarders. And I did not meet them. They died young. And they chose, so that is another difference for us in Hawaii. It was an honor to go to Kamehameha schools, that boarding school. And so if your child got in, it was very selective. That kind of gave your family more mana, so to speak. And so families wanted their children to go to these boarding schools. And so if you were chosen, you were selected, and you got to go in, that was something thought to have been good. And so my grandparents were at that boarding school, and so some of the residuals that we see in our families was because of that disconnection and the stolen identities that occurred in. And so they were speakers. My mom is not a speaker. She doesn't speak Hawaiian. My children speak. We speak, but we had to relearn it. Yes, sorry. And so, e kolonumea nui, what we base our healing practices on is it's land-based. So what you see up here is our land stewardship, and you can learn everything about healing in how we strengthen relationship with land. And it speaks to resources and how you care for the resources, and in turn the resources will care for you. Part of our genealogy in Hawaii is that we come from the land. We are birthed from the land. Our older sibling, our genealogical chants and stories is that the land came first, and out of the land birthed our kalo plant, which is what sustains us. It's our staple, it's our poi, it's our taro, and that is our sibling. And if we care for that and we care for the land, it'll in turn care for you and it'll heal you. So it's very reciprocal. So our healing practices within our organization is based on that. It is land-based and land stewardship. And very quickly, this ho'ivai, this is a structure that we are working to replace the current structure and transform the current structures based on ho'ivai. And what ho'ivai means, ho'i means to return, vai is water. And what that means is when the water comes from the highest points of the mountain, the rain, and it comes down the mountain, and we divert it to feed our crops. And when you divert that water, it has certain microbes and nutrients, right? And then it goes through the crops. And it takes about a year for a kalo or the taro to grow from the very beginning to when you can harvest it. So while the water is flowing through it, it picks up other kinds of microbes and nutrients, and then it gets re-diverted back into the mainstream. And at that point, that water is different. It is much more healthier and stronger than from the water when it was initially diverted from. And it goes on, and it goes into our fish ponds and more nutrients, and it goes into the ocean. And so we want to make sure that water is clean and fresh and much more vibrant than when it was diverted from the top. And so that is the metaphor that we use in the organization in trying to change structures. When somebody is diverted out of their family and out of their community and goes to school or goes into incarceration or goes into Department of Education or Child Welfare Services, any of these systems that our people are extracted from, we want to ensure that as they flow through that structure or that system, that they pick up skills, nutrients, practices, whatever it is, so that when they come back home and re-enter and come back into community, that they're better and stronger. And currently our systems are not like that. So that's the transformation that we work on together through our community programming based on our indigenous knowledge. That's just a little bit more of that. Social enterprise is really important. And so we have little micro social enterprises, experiences and opportunities that are people that are coming out of prison because they can't get regular jobs. They have records, whatever. So we ensure that part of that structure, that they pick up these skills so that they can make a living for their family and that they can thrive. And this is a pathway to thriving. So that's just an example there.
Okay, good. Just to set some context. So we wanted to share a little bit about our mo'okua'awa with you folks and give you thanks for being here. And I just want, again, just to acknowledge the genius in this room. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. And then we said a little bit about ourselves, and then we're going to talk a little bit about our organizations and what we do, because we want to keep in mind this is a pathway to thriving, yeah? So we're trying to set the stage. But I just want to also piggyback on something that Jamie said about because this is about boarding schools. One of the schools that were named in the reports are a school called Kamehameha. I went to Kamehameha, and like Jamie was saying, that it is a privilege to go to Kamehameha. But when you look at the historical context of some of the things that we've heard over the past day and today, the residual issues that this particular boarding school is going through, there still continues to be perpetrators who, in fact, unfortunately, the molestation rate and things like that continue to very, very recently. And so while we're not necessarily connecting it over, but in a collective approach, these kinds of things continue to happen. Members of my family are part of that. And then how do you get your head around that? How do you forgive? How do you thrive? And again, we deal with that kind of trauma similarly even today. So the work that we do at the Pu'a Foundation, again, it's always about transformation from trauma. Did I write it on this side? So some of the work we do, and I just want to provide again context, is that when we look at our queen, and during the 1893 overthrow, our historical trauma was when she was imprisoned in her own palace. The trajectory of the overrepresentation of Native Hawaiians incarcerated continues, and we at the Pu'a Foundation really connect back to that, and we have focused resources and expertise in transforming from trauma, healing, justice, transformation. So we actually focus on we focus on doing a lot of things in the Women's Community Correctional Center. And what we have here is some of the things we do. We're definitely stronger together than separate. I want to just highlight some of the pictures here. We definitely believe in peer support. And I shout out to our SAMHSA and Dr. Captain. Captain's here again. And we really rely on being trauma-informed, safety, trust, transparency, peer support. The 6 criteria that SAMHSA teaches us about being trauma-informed. Oh no, let's go back to the girls. Oh no, we did that too, SAMHSA. Woohoo! But these girls are those with lived experience, not only with recovery, but in the incarceration system. And we're graduating them as peer supports, to be leaders, and to be able to walk along those because we know it is a best practice. And they have skin in the game, and we believe that one of the pathways to thriving is to walk collectively with those who have gone through the darkness and come out the light. So we put a lot of resources on the genius of lived experience. And then the next slide just kind of talks about how did we operationalize our community. Again, pathways to thriving have to do with understanding and uplifting the stories and really educating not only our community about the trauma, our stories, but what do we do about that transformation? And so we were selected last year to have SAMHSA resources to kind of convene our communities and those with certain gifts to be able to learn and serve and collectively work on this issue. So those are just some of the things that we do at Pu'a Foundation, and this is what I want to share. Because this, in this room full of genius, says, we too, I'm sitting there listening to everyone, and then I'm always feeling that, yeah, just like at home, just like us, it just feels the kinship and the love and the ohana when we talk a little bit about how our relatives from Hawaii and our Native American families and our family members from Aotearoa, it just feels like definitely home, but it gives me strength and confidence. And I think what gives us strength and confidence, again, what's this talk supposed to be about? Pathway to thriving. We talk a little bit about ancestral knowledge and cultural practices, and in fact, it can be linked to trauma transformation. Next slide talks a little bit about, did you know ancestral knowledge has the power and potential? And of course this room knows, because that's where we are. Did you know that ancestral knowledge has the power and potential to heal trauma? The key is appropriate application of cultural concepts and practices. And so we try to definitely incorporate. Jamie and I are both hula practitioners. My dissertation actually had to do with understanding cultural practices, tying that into how you transform in traumas through cultural practices and how that's connected to the overrepresentation of Native Hawaiian women incarcerated. This is drop the mic to you guys. So, especially because I'm sitting in the audience and seeing so many mana wahine that are presenting. Mana wahine. Wahine is female and mana is power. So my dissertation that I looked at was called Native Hawaiian Female Leadership, the Mana wahine Factor. And again, it was based on cultural practices. So my subject matter experts that assisted with drawing out information and the model and things like that. And this is supposed to be, you're supposed to be anonymous, in your dissertation work. But in Hawaii, I proclaim that because our hula family and the subject matter experts were our hula sisters who have attained the rank of kumuhula with their knowledge and education and continue to lead in our community through cultural practice. So thank you for letting me. And then this is just how we kind of work. These are the backbone or the komo'o of our work at the foundation when we talk about understanding these 6. Oh, no, I got neoplasticity. Anybody who likes neoplasticity? Neuroplasticity, come on, you got plenty of scientists in here too, right? Okay, so neoplasticity, when we talk about understanding the definitions of trauma, SAMHSA likes to teach us about that. We take that into consideration, the 6 guiding principles, the healing power of cultural concepts, and also post-traumatic growth when we're looking at strength-based kinds of processes. And neoplasticity, here's my thing about neoplasticity. Prevailing science, and this is the NIH. Oh my gosh, right? Oh gosh, I better navigate well. But because we have so many experts in here. But what we learn about in terms of neoplasticity, the prevailing thought was, your brain that's what you get. There's no change. Stay sane. You're born what you're born with. But prevailing thought, more research over the last 20 plus years, it's like plastic. Your brain can change. And in the context that we work with, because at the prison, substance abuse is a big deal. It's just how you recover from trauma. It's a thing. And we got some major experts in this room. But I think when we tie in cultural practices, because what kind of activities can really have the brain work and the neuroplasticity and the activities when you chant, when you sing, when you tell stories, you play music, learn a new language. Our brain, our neurons can start connecting again. And I think because, again, when we talk a little bit about trauma, and we know what those stories are, especially when we work at the prison, and we have a cultural healing class, and we have many other kinds of classes that we work with. So when our girls talk a little bit about, we did a study, actually. Pu'a Foundation was the community partner. We did a study at the Women's Community Correctional Center. Oh, yeah, it was a SAMHSA thing, too, again. It was a trauma-informed care initiative. At the time, the Women's Community Correctional Center, under past leadership, really thought, okay, can prison be a place of healing? Can it be a pu'uhonua? A pu'uhonua is an ancient word for a place of safety, a sanctuary. So part of the study and the work that we did was to see what the prevailing amount of trauma survivors were. And so in our study, and I'll give you some numbers, at the time there was about 200, 250 was the census count at the Women's Community Correctional Center. So our study had about 25. Majority of Hawaiians, 100% trauma survivors between the age from 10 to below, and then 18 below. So it's not as if we kind of didn't know it, but when you kind of have the data and you're talking about it and you see it and you're like, Jesus. So neuroplasticity, when you know at an early age what trauma is happening in the household, and you're young and you're being molested, your neurons, you're like, it's so much pressure and fight or flight. And sometimes, because doing the work that we do at the facility, and it's always decision making. And sometimes the decision making is not okay all the time. But it makes sense physiologically, not because your substance abuse is because you know more willpower. Physiologically, we have to understand that perhaps there can be the connections of our neurons and perhaps change your outlook, your behavior, your decisions. And the connection back to the cultural practice, when you sing, when you chant, when you dance. And you know what? Hawaiians, we're good at that. And the thing is, when you talk about Native Hawaiian women being overrepresented, it's like we can transfer from trauma. And cultural practices can be very much the tool and one of the pathways to thrive. Oh, yeah. And so here we go. We try to talk a little bit about trauma transformation and connecting some of the dots. We actually have a Manawahine conference. It started with Girls Court and it started our community. We're going into our 5th year. But those are some of the things that we learn about and teach about. This is a picture of our governor, and he's really promoting Hawaii as a trauma-informed place. This is my colleague, Kimi Takata, with the tattoos. That's right. So she really is the leadership around peer support. And that's some legislation that's supporting the growth of peer support in Hawaii. This goes back to you.
So I was so happy to hear this morning about youth involvement. And my son was incarcerated when he was 21. And this is the same data he's 35 now. So he was incarcerated for 9.5 years. Next March will be 3 years he's been out. He's doing well. But this was the data, and he was single back then. But the data was that 75%, that his children will have a 75% higher chance of being incarcerated when they become adults. And that shook me, because he didn't even have children yet. He didn't even have a partner yet. And so it made me think, like, and then in a Hawaiian ohana system, my daughter had children, and we don't have, in our native language, we don't have names for auntie and uncle. All your siblings are called makua, makuahine, makua, and so that generation takes care of the next generation. And so that even meant that perhaps my grandchildren from my daughter, this stat would read to them. And so as they got older, they started to hear and listen, like, what's happening with the incarcerated population, and they're teenagers now, my daughter's children, and they're involved. And they want to end. They have they put a ledge package together for next ledge session, and they want to end incarceration for youth. And how that ties back to boarding school, because a couple of them in the report are named. That is the boys' home and the girls' home, the reform schools right now. They're still in operation. And our youth, called Naupio Vaivai, believes and are lobbying that no youth should be incarcerated, that there are homes for our youth, especially our Native youth within the community. So we have, this is them, they call themselves Naupio Vaivai. They are youth-led. We have a youth-led council out of Ekolomea Nui. They had made their own mission statement. That's their own vision. I just sit and listen, and they tell me what to do. And they're very interested in climate justice as well. So they've been doing stuff. What they're doing there is they're weaving our limo, our traditional seaweed, and they're putting it back into the ocean, where it was once a thriving ocean, but because of climate change, there's hardly any limo there. But that's the exercise that they're doing right here. And these are their focus areas around health and well-being, cultural practices. They're hula practitioners as well. Leadership development, and then aloha aina, which is the climate justice. And this is the path to thriving for the next generations. We work on a tri-country school-to-prison pipeline abolitionist kind of movement, and they are impacting Australia and Aotearoa to also get youth-led councils in this area. These are some of the things that they've experienced. They've been, we were just here in the summer. They were part of internships at American University, and they spoke to all the, not all, but some of the Congress our legislators here in D.C. about ending youth incarceration for Native and all youth. And they are working to go to the World Indigenous Peoples Conference on education in November in Aotearoa. So we have a video for you, but before we get to that video, I just wanted to again acknowledge Secretary Holland, who was here yesterday, and in her listening session that she came to Hawaii, and that's my eldest granddaughter, Aubrey, who kind of made this movement for Naupio Vaivai. And myself, I got to moderate, be the facilitator for those listening sessions. And this was held on the grounds of one of the original institutions that was named in the report. And it was, at the time, it was the Girls Reform School. Then it became Boys and Girls Reform School. And now it's Hawaii Youth Correctional Facilities. And there is our colleague, Tony and I's colleagues, is the administrator of this space, and trying to transform it. There's hiccups here and there, but the intention of trying to actually not have youth there. Like we have, and he's a Native Hawaiian, and that's the other thing about thriving, is like, where is your leadership in these systems and in these structures? And so he is of that same mindset to not have youth incarceration. Like, he doesn't believe children should be in prison. And I went to visit there a couple weeks ago, and he had 20 kids, and there were six girls and 14 boys. And he said none of them needed to be there. They just did not have a place to go. And so they didn't have any, they weren't adjudicated there. They just have no place to go. And so he had them, and they're in cells. And then, of course, honoring the whole NABS team that came to listen to our stories. And so, again, thank you, Dr. Torres, for being there. Okay, we want to show you guys, this is the status of what's happening in Hawaii right now. This happened last week. They're going to do the video.
The community now buzzing over a controversial comment at the Honolulu City Council. During public testimony yesterday, one testifier called for the translation for a previous testifier's statements on Bills 61 and 62, and that testimony was done in Olelo Hawaii, or Native Hawaiian language. And now she's facing backlash on her comments from the council members, the community, and even online.
They originally were speaking in a language that was not English, and it is not fair to the participants of the meeting to not know what's being said. I'm not sure what language it was. I'm assuming that it was Hawaiian, and that is a dead language, so it would not work on translator.
How dare you say that? It is not a dead language. It's very much alive. And if it wasn't for the fact that those who helped to overthrow the Kingdom of Hawaii banned our language, we would be speaking only Hawaiian now. So please learn your history and be very respectful when you come to testify at the City Council.
Well, Council Chair Tommy Waters clarified that Olelo Hawaii is one of the official languages of the state. Both the crowd and the council applauded in support of the language. And coming up in our later newscast, we're going to hear from the testifier herself on the reason for her comment.
You can talk to us after. We'll give you the whole backstory. Yeah, but so that was just last week, and we've had language revitalization for 40 some years or so, and we have way more native speakers. You come into our airport, you hear the Hawaiian language going, and so there's still things that need to be done in Hawaii, even though we've come such a far way. And and grounded in what we've shared around cultural practices, we are still. It shows that we're still resistant to some of these things that occur, but also resilient and still forging forward. There are. I'll let Tony. No, we have.
Of my ear. I think a couple of things with that was that, one, the woman who was speaking, Councilwoman Esther Kia'aina, she's 1 year ahead of me from Kamehameha Schools. The chairperson at the council is Tommy Waters. He's 1 year below me from Kamehameha Schools. And that's the kind of leadership that we have at the city council. So the leadership that you kind of talked about. But what she talked about in terms of the overthrow and stuff like that is just like, again, connections to how we thrive, about knowing our history. At the Pu'a Foundation, we wanted to just kind of, again, just acknowledge and connect some of the dots here. President Clinton did, in fact, apologize to Hawaii in 1993. The United Church of Christ that created Pu'a Foundation also apologized. These things and the kinds of things that we do at the foundation to have our pathway is to create and share our stories about our history. And we connect that and honor what President Biden has done with the boarding school initiative and apologizing. And again, these are the experiential opportunities that we're trying to create in the context, because it's experiential. It's not talk about it, it's not read about it, it's do about it and be about it. So at the Punahou Heritage Forest, we want to be able to do these kinds of things on Aina, and that's why it's very exciting what Dr. Michelle was doing. Okay, here we had to So I think with respect to experiential opportunities and how we thrive and the pathways to be able to communion with our healers, with our elders, with our experts, and really, really being able to pick up those and create what we did. It was an honor to be a part of it. And I think when we actually feel it and we know it, when we're engaging in cultural practices, you feel empowered. You understand what that mana is, and you connect just the genius of structural engineering. And then when Jasper was telling about all the elements that ultimately what this teepee represents in a healing way, and then it goes up to the ancestors. Yeah, so, I mean, we were just honored. And these are the kinds of, the genius of ancestral knowledge and cultural practices, and being about it and doing it. It is healing. It is empowering. And that's kind of what we think the pathways are. How's this? How's these guys? I think that was the last slide, huh? Oh. We're going to chant again. What you guys think?
Again, mahalo you guys.
Mahalo.
I got to turn off the mic.
You can take your... Where's it? Okay, yeah, sorry. It's falling off my ear. So the creator doesn't want me to wear this in my ear. They give you a little bit more time, so that was good.
More presents for you, one bag.
Oh, hey. Okay, we have adjusted the schedule a little bit, and it is just on call is going to be the panel with Dr. Ramona Beltran and colleagues will be on in a few minutes. But first, I would like to have Dr. Tara Schwetz. She's unfortunately, she was ill. She wasn't able to be here in person, but she has shared a video, and here she is, NIH Deputy Director for the...
My name is Tara Schwetz, and I am the NIH Deputy Director for Program Coordination
Can we hold it?
Strategic Initiative.
Sorry, let me introduce this right. Dr. Schwetz is the NIH Deputy Director for the Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Planning Initiatives, known as DPCIPSI, at the NIH. She is also my boss, and so she is intimately connected to the Tribal Health Research Office, and again, another champion for Indian country. So she really regrets not being able to be here in person, and so she recorded this and wanted to share this with the conference. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, Ro.
Thank you, Monica, for your powerful remarks and for setting the stage for today's critical conversations. My name is Tara Schwetz, and I am the NIH Deputy Director for Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives, which also makes me the Director of the division with the same name, the Division of Program Coordination, Planning, and Strategic Initiatives, or DPCIPSI for short. DBGIPC is home to 14 offices and 1 program, and we coordinate research programs and research-related activities on a broad range of different biomedical and behavioral topics. This includes the Tribal Health Research Office, which is also known as THRO. Now, I was really hoping to be with you all in person today to continue this dialogue as we focus on the intersection of science and intergenerational healing. Unfortunately, maybe you could tell with my voice, I am not feeling very well. And while we are focused on the spirit of sharing today, I thought it would be bad form to share this with all of you. But that said, I'm really delighted to be able to participate virtually. So first, I do want to echo the acknowledgement of the harm that was caused by the Indian Civilization Act and boarding school policies. These policies forcibly remove children from their families and their cultures, leaving deep scars that persist across generations. The trauma they inflicted is woven into the health challenges that many Indigenous communities face today. But acknowledging the harm is only the first step. Healing demands action. And this is where research, as one element of healing, can play an important role. Research can promote accountability by documenting historical and ongoing injustices, ensuring that they're not forgotten. It can inform policies and interventions that promote healing and resilience and address the specific needs of communities. And finally, it can secure resources from mental health services to educational programs, advancing health and well-being of communities. However, we know that research must be done the right way. It must be community-driven and culturally appropriate. Our research must honor and incorporate traditional healing practices and cultural revitalization, not as supplemental, but as foundational to the work. And we must also recognize tribal sovereignty and the diversity of tribes, tribal nations, and Indigenous communities. And acknowledge there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. There just isn't. And lastly, research should not simply document harm. Examples of Indigenous communities integrating traditions into health and healing. And as we celebrate the strengths of Native communities, we know that Indigenous knowledges have already shaped science, promoting health and well-being in really culturally appropriate ways. And it's also critical that we empower Indigenous scholars so that their voices and perspectives can help to shape the science that impacts their communities. And there are several programs at NIH that are designed to build pathways for Indigenous scientists and scholars. The Tribal Undergraduate to Graduate Research Training and Leadership Experiences, or TURTLE program, is a new program that funds eligible tribal entities to support scholars to complete their degrees in the biomedical field, and then to transition into careers in the biomedical research workforce. The Native American Research Centers for Health, or NARCH program, also funds federally recognized American Indian and Alaska Native tribes and organizations for health research, research career enhancement, as well as research infrastructure enhancement activities. And then the Native Collective Research Effort to Enhance Wellness, or NCREW program, supports tribes and Native American serving organizations to conduct locally prioritized research to address overdose, substance use, and pain, including factors such as mental health and wellness. I want to take a moment to thank the Tribal Health Research Office for their tireless dedication and leadership. Their work is instrumental in fostering meaningful partnerships between NIH and Indigenous communities. And it helps advance research initiatives as well. And it ensures that Indigenous perspectives guide the health research landscape. This year, THRO has advanced 2 transformative initiatives, among many other things. First, they've galvanized tribal support for an Indigenous data sovereignty policy to honor the federal trust relationship. And then, of course, this summit, which brings together survivors, leaders, and researchers to build a unified response to intergenerational trauma and create culturally relevant solutions. And while I'm not there, I have heard some really positive feedback about this event, and all of the credit to that goes to the team at THRO for their hard work and dedication to making this possible. Now, collectively, these efforts exemplify the commitment needed to address historical injustices and build a healthier, more equitable future for all. Well, thank you for letting me have a little bit of your time, and appreciate you all's strength and your stories, your willingness to share them with us. And now I will hand it off to Dr. Jane Simone, who's the Assistant Director for Behavioral Social Sciences Research. Jane, the floor is yours.
All right. Jane has already taken the
Thank
floor.
you, Monica, for your powerful
Thank you, Dr.
remarks and for
Schwartz.
setting the stage for today's critical conversations. My name is Tara Schwartz, and I am the...
There we go. Technical difficulties. But, you know, I really appreciate Dr. Schwartz doing that. You could tell she's got the flu, but she wanted to make sure that she addressed you, and she's watching live streaming right now. I'm literally getting texts from her right now, so I know she's watching. So, again, I just, really appreciate her being able to share some of this information with you and let you know a little bit about what our commitment is. Next, I want to move on to our panel. We flipped a little bit our scripts here. We have our survivors panel will be after lunch, so we could have a little more relaxing, longer conversation, so it doesn't feel too crunched up for our survivors. And this panel has graciously agreed to move to an earlier slot, so thank you. So welcome, Dr. Ramona Beltran, and this amazing panel. Thank you. We're going to talk about parenting and connections. Is that right? No. What are we talking about? Pathways built on Indigenous love. Promoting healthful connections. And parenting. See, I was right. I was in there. I was in the ballpark. Thank you so much for being here, and take it away.
Okay. Leo senchim anyabu, inapo Ramona Beltran teak. May the Creator bless you all. My name is Ramona Beltran. My family on my mother's side is originally from northern Mexico, from Sonora, from a few places like Guaymas, a small village called Batuc, later coming in through southern Arizona before moving west to California. And we are descendants of the Great Yaqui Nation on my mother's side. In 2022, I learned that the ancestral lineage on my biological father's side is originally from Northern Ireland. So I'm getting used to acknowledging those ancestors, but it's important to acknowledge all of those ancestors, as I've been taught, that that's the whole of us, even the obscure, the painful, the ones with whom we're reconnecting are all part of what is in our bodies, in our moments where we're connecting heart to heart. So I thank you for allowing me to acknowledge my ancestral lineages. I'm also a danzante, a dancer, and I practice my Mexica cultural traditions. I'm a learner. I'm also a mother of 3 very energetic children, and they give me life, heal, and challenge me every day. I'm also an associate professor at the University of Denver and the interim associate dean of research and faculty development My research focuses on healing historical trauma while centering storytelling and narrative as research method and healing intervention. Can you put the next slide on, please? Thank you. I thought this is a really important message to start with as we think about the topic for our panel today. I'd like to begin with gratitude to all of the survivors and descendants who've shared your stories. It's been an honor to bear witness and to hold your tears and also join you with your laughter. I also thank NABS and THRO and the NIH for convening this healing gathering. I'm really in awe of this historic moment. I feel a little bit like a kid myself. I never imagined I'd be here at NIH, and it's such a joy. As we consider pathways, I want to acknowledge my pathway that brought me here. Specifically, I need to tell you a really transformative moment that actually happened with Dr. Karina Walters. I was a baby research assistant in the Department of Public Health and Preventive Medicine at Oregon Health Science University, getting my MSW at Portland State, and happened to attend a presentation that Dr. Walters gave on historical trauma. And when she described the theoretical framework, it was like magic. For me, it was giving words to something I had experienced and felt and knew, and it was that moment that shifted the way I was able to look at my own trauma, my family trauma, and my community's traumas in a way that gave me some freedom. I could love them a little bit differently because I had different words and a way to understand what had happened that led to some of the things that we were struggling with, and also what gave us our humor, what gave us our creativity. So pathways are formed through experiences. We were talking yesterday about getting ready for today, and I was listening and I was thinking about pathways are like rivers, and the rivers shape the landscapes around it, slowly, sometimes dramatically, but flowing over time, carving and building and creating. So like these waterways, today we are sharing our stories of intergenerational healing. We're sharing hope stories. I'm honored to hold this space for these incredible scholars. I've fangirled over them for a long time, and it's really cool to be able to hold this space. Before I pass it along to them, I just want to provide a little bit of loving framing. There are several findings that represent some of the transformative mechanisms of storytelling methods that we've seen across all of our projects that I've been a part of over the last 15 years. And on all of our projects, whether it be looking at HIV prevention with Indigenous youth, or looking at the role of storytelling in transmitting traditional health knowledge, and whether it be with young people or our two-spirit relatives or elders or communities, we're seeing these same themes come up consistently. And I want to share them with you because I think they echo what we've heard over the last day and a half. So the first one is finding language to name the pain. Something so powerful about having words. When we're able to name something, we're able to take it out of our bodies, take it out of our families, take it out of our communities. It's no longer attributable to our character or our culture. It's outside of us, and as such, we can change our relationship to it. We have a different kind of power to respond. The second one is the power of seeing one story in another story, and likewise having your story be seen. And this reduces that sense of isolation, helps us find community. This helps us also rebuild disruptions to the social cohesion in our families, communities, and across tribal communities. It's an antidote to the strategy of isolation from settler colonialism. And I've seen this wherever I've gone. One time I was in Aotearoa, and I was showing some stories from my Choctaw relatives, and the Maori community in Aotearoa said, "Oh my gosh, it's halfway across the world, and I see something so familiar." And even that sense of relief that they expressed in being able to see that story was so powerful. And the last one I just want to share is the power of counter-narratives. The power of telling our own stories in our own way, which is not only truth-telling, but reauthoring the stories that have been told about us without us. We are more than our trauma. We are and have always been scientists, innovators, engineers, artists, futurists. Those ancestors were always thinking about us here today. We are and have always been built by and for love. So those are the three things I wanted to share with you. And in that framing, my invitation to these esteemed panelists is for them to share a little bit about who they are and what they do. I've asked them to put together some snapshots of their research and practice findings, along with some concrete strategies for research and practice that speaks to hope and healing across generations. So with that, I will pass it over to Dr. Laverne Detlef. Yes. Dementif, I'm so sorry. Dr. Laverne Dementif.
Dogatin. Can you hear me okay? Deya Chuds. That means hello everyone. Haleg Sa'ezret. My name is Haleg, which means springtime, or Laverne Dementif. My family is originally from Deloitte in Katrinichak, which is Holy Cross, and Anvik in southwest Alaska. I grew up Togetili, Kayachoch Yish Nacion. I grew up in Nenana and in Anchorage, Alaska. And my parents both went to the Holy Cross Catholic Mission in Holy Cross, and that was actually all my aunts and uncles did, and many other people across the state. Holy Cross was one of those missions where a number of people from across Alaska went, and therefore my family got to know a lot of people across Alaska. I actually started, my parents both lost their language when they were little, and I, interestingly enough, started learning my language in my early 20s at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. And my mentor now, Dr. Beth Leonard or Ganandadoy, brought together some elders and started teaching the Dekinog language at the university at that time. This was 20 plus years ago. And I attended that class. And one of the things that hooked me was the elders and the way that they embraced me. And they told me, it's so good to hear you talk Dekinog. It's in your blood. Do you know who your grandparents were? And my grandparents died when my mom was little. So these elders knew about my history and my family and helped me to connect to who I was in those early days. Since then, I've been doing language work and hold weekly classes, and I'm a learner and a teacher of the language. And just so grateful. I'm so grateful for the language. I have my language mentor is the late Jim Dementi and Edna Deacon from Grayling and from Shagaluk. And, you know, I think a lot about Jim and his ability to I guess, keep the language safe for so many years during assimilation and all colonization and boarding school era. And he kept the language safe and just taught it the rest of his life until he passed, literally until the days that he passed. And I'm so grateful because I found my own healing and wellness in the language, and now feel it's my responsibility to carry that forward so that others can find their healing, identity, wellness in the language 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now. So I wanted to share a couple of things. I'm just so grateful to be here today. I feel really excited and honored, and I've learned so much, and I've been inspired. It's okay. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. No worries at all. I just wanted to share a little bit about some of the work that I'm doing. So I'm honored to work with elders in multiple ways. I co-teach with elders in our rural cohort, social work cohort program. I do work currently with Danakanaga as a partner. Danakanaga is the elders program, the voice of the elders in the interior of Alaska. And, one of the things that maybe about 6 or 7 years ago now, we actually got an NIH CTRP grant, which is a clinical translational research grant through CANR, Center for Alaska Native Health Research. Dr. Jessica Black and I started having conversations with elders, asking them, what their priorities are for our community. And they shared a lot of different things with us. But one of the things that emerged to the top was their concern and wanting to support elders to step into their roles, so emerging elders to step into their roles. And so we are blessed to have many elders that are often asked to participate in ceremony and to give back. And these elders are leaders in our community. And Jessica and I wanted to just honor their priorities and their voice. And we ended up getting funding to be through the Office of Minority Health Center at CIHI, Center for Indigenous Innovation and Health Equity, to be able to support these efforts, which ultimately turned out to be an Elders Mentoring Elders camp. And I have some pictures, and I actually have a video. I'll share it with Karina or whoever, and they can put the video and maybe my slides out there too. But it's just been such an honor because, as the elders were having conversations about this particular priority, they were concerned that there is so much grief and anxiety and loss within individuals that have gone through boarding school. And so someone that was maybe gone for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years was not in their community learning specific skills like how to cut fish or process moose or put something away or to learn the medicines and the language and different things. And these individuals maybe have some of that grief and anxiety that hold them back from sharing out. And part of our culture going into the future is that sharing out. And so the elders in their wisdom said, we just want to create space and support for these emerging elders to be able to step into their roles. We really just want to create this space for people to learn in a non-judgmental space where they have the ability to learn skills, share what they know, just be on the land, and heal together around this. And so we've had 3 camps so far. It's been really wonderful. The camps have been on the land at a place called Howard Luke's Spirit Camp, Galia, and this past camp in August was our Moose Camp. And so, I think it's just been an honor for Jessica and I to be able to lead or support this effort, because we grew up in this area with these elders, and to be able to just uplift their voices and their wishes and their priorities has been really, really beautiful for us. And so the other thing is that part of being a part of CIHI, it's the director, Valerie Bluebird Jernigan, is also Indigenous, and the process of research has been different. I think that we have been able to really do things differently. We are able to pivot where we need to pivot and honor the ways in which we need to do things in a good way with elders. And so it's just been really exciting. But I wanted to share that because I think it's a unique journey, honestly, for a unique project that is ultimately has made huge impact. So this past Moose Camp, one of the things that we were able to do was get a permit for a ceremonial moose. And originally, Fish and Game had shared that we could only get a certain type of moose for this camp. And with some education and pushback, sharing with them the spiritual ways in which moose give themselves. It's not like we could just say, if a moose is giving herself, say, you're not the right kind of moose, we're going to pass and we'll go on to the next one. They were able to they were able to honor that request, which is not usual, and I think it's something that's changing. And so we ended up getting this moose, which then was, done in a good way, and starting with just gratitude for the moose giving itself. Many of the elders, some for the first time, were cutting up these moose and learning about the parts. And so, for example, there was a woman there that was able to make rattles out of the hooves, and learning how to put it away and can it. We dried it. We went through the whole process, and in that time frame, it was just 4 days, but in that time frame, we were able to harvest and put away that whole moose. And at the very end, did what we traditionally do, which was give away. So everyone got some of the moose, and we had ceremony, and we danced, and we sang, again, giving gratitude. In that process, there was a lot of things that came up, grief. We had one elder. We cut fish, and we did other things within our time there. But we had one elder who was 86 that shared that she had not cut fish since she was 9, right before she went to boarding school, and all of this had brought back so many memories, and she was able to learn this process. And she was so excited, and it was very healing for all of us. Another elder who was in her late 80s was nervous about coming to camp and about her abilities to walk on the land and climb up the bank, and all the needs she felt she would have. And when she got there, realized she was having so much fun, and she said it reminded her so much of being a young child that it gave her strength. And she came back every single day, and she felt like she got stronger. And these are her words: I got stronger in this process. And so many benefits. But one of the beautiful things, too, people were talking about the importance of play and just joy. I think that for me, to be able to see elders come together and tell stories and be giddy and just be honored was one of the best feelings. It was one of the best parts of it. So I just wanted to share that, because in elders mentoring elders, that's not something I think we see at elders camp. Especially, we see many with youth, but we don't often see many with elders supporting other elders in their healing around some of the losses. The last thing I'll say is the empowerment piece. So as elders would engage, emerging elders would engage, they might often step to a task or cutting fish or something, saying, gosh, I haven't done this in years, or I've never done it, or I'm not sure, I didn't learn this and I don't know where to begin. And then they would start participating with the other elders, and then they would start remembering and start sharing. So I remember when my grandpa told me this. I remember when this happened in my community. This is how we did it. And I think there was a realization that even with all of the losses, there was so much that we remembered and so much that we still carry with us that can be shared out. And that in and of itself was just beautiful and empowering, recognizing how much knowledge and values and love and wisdom that we still carry. I think that's probably all I'll share, and I hope that's helpful. We did create a video that kind of talks about it, and we're looking to create another video focused on the Moose Camp that will be out in March, but I'll try to get that information to you. I'm not sure if that's about time. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for letting me share. Dokudin.
Thank you so much. And now we'll pass it over to Dr. Jessica Saniguk-Ulrich. So sorry about the slides. We had to swap pretty quickly, so we little missing information, but hopefully we'll be able to get the slides out to the community. Thank you.
Hello, upalalota kuanga Saniguk Nupeatun, Kisak Rurunga, and Angayagaka Kathy Lu, Gordon Lu. I just provided a quick introduction. I'm Jessica Saniguk-Ulrich. My English name is Jessica. My Inupiaq name is Saniguk, which I'm going by more and more. As there are multiple Jessica researchers I'm finding out there. So it helps to just know which Jessica we're talking about. I'm Saniguk. And I am a descendant of the native village of Wales, Kingagin in our language. I'm a tribal citizen of Nome Eskimo community, and I'm currently an assistant professor at Washington State University in the iReach program. And this is a picture of my strong lineage. My great-grandmother, Aklasiak, my grandmother, Saniguk, who I was named after, my mother, Inunguluk, and that's me when I was 6 years old, and that's my little sister. And I look at this picture and I draw strength from it every time. I know my family has been through a lot. My great-grandmother, both of my great-grandparents were orphans in the 1918 influenza epidemic that decimated 60% of our community at once. My grandmother went to Mount Edgecombe boarding school. My mom experienced every single adverse childhood experience, and I am also a recovering survivor of intergenerational trauma and childhood trauma. But I am standing here today with that love, with that energy, with my ancestors, and with so many people who there's no way I would be standing here before you without their mentorship, their leadership, their support and guidance. And I think of people like Cindy Blackstock, who planted that seed 16 years ago when I was attending a NICWA conference to go to school and think about a doctoral degree. I'm thankful for Susan LaBelle, who was a mentor to me and a supervisor when I was getting my master's in social work. I'm thankful to Karina Walters and Tessa Evans Campbell and Angelique Day and so many people here in the room, Laverne Dementip and Michelle Sarche and the Native Child Research Exchange, and so many fellowship and programs and scholars made it possible for me to be here. And I thrive off of that sense of community and connectedness. And that's what I wanted to talk a little bit about. I went back to school because I worked in child welfare for about 10 years, and I kept seeing that we were falling short. We weren't getting at the root. We weren't helping families to heal what is now known as historical or intergenerational trauma. And I felt like it was problematic that I was working within a system that sometimes compounded the trauma rather than alleviate it through that child removal process. So that was problematic, and that's why I went back to school, and I'm so grateful for the guidance and mentoring that I received. I thought I was going in to focus on learning more about trauma in the historical trauma context within Alaska, and I am learning that, but they told me don't only learn about that. And I had a lot of feedback from tribal leaders and community members back home that said we know a lot about trauma now, and we're grateful for this scholarship and research that is shedding light on that, but now we need to know what to do. We need to know how to be healthy and well. We need to know what well-being means on our terms. And so that's where I came across this term connectedness. As I was doing a literature review, it was defined by the People's Awakening team of Southwest Alaska as the interrelated welfare of a person, a family, a community, and the earth. And when I saw that term, I knew this was it. This is what I want to study. This is what I want to expand upon. This is what I want to promote and put out there and see if we can make shifts within our families, communities, and in the systems that serve them. So Indigenous connectedness, through the research process, I've learned that, yes, children, all people, really need that connectedness to family, community. And I added in a couple things. I added in spirit, and I added in the intergenerational piece. So knowing your history, knowing who your ancestors are, it helps you feel grounded in knowing who you are. So that was also an added component. And I learned about this concept of culture when I went to my grandmother and I asked her, how do we say culture in our language? She was a fluent Inupiaq speaker. She spoke until her dying day. But she looked at me funny and she was like, what in the world is culture? Like, what is that term? I don't know what that term is. And when I explained to her, well, it's like our way of life. It's the food we eat. It's the clothing we wear. It's the art we love. It's the way we define beauty. It's the names. It's the, all these things. And she listened to me and she's like, oh, okay, you mean Inusik. And that meant spirit in our language. And so I was like, oh my gosh, that is our spirituality. I put spiritual / connectedness now. And I hope to bring more people on board with making that shift to what we call culture is our spirituality. But these relationships that we encourage and foster and help develop at multiple levels is what helps us develop a healthy relationship with ourselves. So when I know who my family is, and I know who my community is, and I know my ancestors, and I know I'm an important part of history that, I will be a future ancestor, I have future generations depending on me, that I am connected to this beautiful earth, that helps me be in right relationship with myself. And these relationships are fostered by our traditional values, our cultural values, our spiritual values, our relational values. And that produces the relational medicine that helps us build and maintain those connectedness relationships. That's what helps us be really grounded in our Indigenous spirituality. It's through this energy of love. And this was, sorry, it's kind of blurry, but this was hanging up in a hallway in a rural community last year. And I took a picture of it. I just loved it. And I felt like this is what my grandmother was also trying to teach me about love. And this is a little snippet wrote by, I think, a first or second grader who said, love is stuff. Love is when I help my little sister. Love is by helping my mom clean up. Love is when my dog come up to school. Love is when I call my friend. Love is when my dad let me ride with him. Love is when I do math. Love is when I go play out. And that's where love is an action term. It's a verb. It's a way of being and it's a way of living. at the same time. And so I feel like that love and those relationships help us have a healthy inner ecology as well as an outer ecology, as Oscar Coagley put it. He was a Yupik scholar who I love and admire and wish I could have had a chance to meet. But he wrote a book on the Yupak worldview, and I highly recommend that book. And he practiced mindfulness, and he talked about the inner ecology, and I feel like that's part of the healing work that many of us are doing, is we're nurturing that part, we're developing that healthy inner ecology. And I feel like when we know who we are, where we come from, and we understand our inner and outer worlds, and we live in this good way, we understand that we're, yes, a unique human being that is connected to a collective at the same time. So who I am, I'm standing before you as a Sanungatuk woman, that's our family name. I'm standing before you as a Kingigan descendant. I'm standing before you as so much more than just myself. And so that's that understanding that we have a relational identity. And I'm sorry, it's a lot of words. So this is the result of the Indigenous Connectedness Framework is a result of all of that research. I interviewed people with lived experience of the Alaska child welfare system, and they helped me understand this a little bit more. But this is a symbol that I saw in a lot of artwork in our community, and I've come to learn that it means the eye of awareness from my colleague, Elsie Boudreau, former colleague. And I tried to organize what I was learning about connectedness in this way. So the outer spokes represent those important relationships. The red words is that acknowledgement of the trauma and the challenges and the struggles that we want to prevent from becoming sources of disconnect or separation or further distance from who we are and where we come from. The outer blue circle is representing those practices, those relational practices that sustained us and continue to sustain us, is that relational medicine that helps us build and maintain connectedness. And the inner circle is representing the result of, all of these healthy relationships that we want to build and maintain with good boundaries. It represents what that provides us internally, a sense of self-worth. We know who we are. We know we're a relational human being. And I was invited, after I presented on this to my tribe and other tribes up in Alaska, I was invited by Nome Eskimo community, my own tribe, to say, okay, how about you build a curriculum on the Indigenous Connectedness Framework? And I was like, oh my gosh, yes, I want to do that. And so I worked with them over a summer, and drafted up a curriculum. And thank goodness, I came back to them and I said, we need to ask our community. Let's go back and just double check and show them a preview of this curriculum, but let's make sure we're on the right track. And thank goodness we did that, because one of the things that we learned from holding those focus groups was that it is not enough to sit in a classroom and just hear about this. The feedback from the community was, we need people to experience it. We need them to live this. They have to live our values, and they suggested that we do that by getting out on the land, by engaging in those subsistence practices, by doing the things instead of just talking about it and referencing it. They said, do it. Do the dancing and the singing and all of those sorts of activities. And we updated the framework. The other feedback I got from community, when I showed them that last framework, they were like, too many words. So we revised and adapted the framework to fit what community and elders were advising us to implement as an intervention. And I'll share this video really quick, if it'll work. Nome Eskimo community created this video. I'm not sure how to press play. I don't see the play button. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Oh, someone's trying to do something from back there. Okay. Hand off the mouse. Yeah, this, I didn't. Okay, if it won't work, that's fine. I can just describe what we ended up implementing. Yeah. Okay. So we implemented a Piagic camp, a workshop, a wellness workshop that is designed to bring whole families together. So we invited elders to co-lead, co-facilitate. We invited elder grandparents who may be taking care of their grandchildren. We invited foster parents, adoptive parents, biological parents. We were really targeting talking with parents and bringing parent caregivers in, as well as their children. So this is a little bit different than, I feel like a lot of camps are just for youth or elders and youth, but I felt like we were missing, the caregivers, the parents. So we were like, let's bring whole families together. And so we rented out a couple tribal B&Bs, and we stayed there for a whole weekend, and we had an amazing experience. We started out with welcoming attendees with song and dance. We had a whole list of activities that we were planning to engage in depending on the weather. We selected the B&Bs to be out on the land or easy to access some of those subsistence activities. And it was a phenomenal experience. And this slide here is just showing some of the feedback that we got in our closing focus group. One parent expressed gratitude for how much everyone poured love into her all weekend. We witnessed elders heal and open up to sharing their knowledges and gifts. We had parents in recovery speak about the effectiveness, felt like they got more out of it than they did at treatment. We had an 18-year-old say, I feel like I've learned so much from just one weekend, and it's given me a huge sense of community. I went from not knowing anyone here to feeling like a family almost. And so we saw that among the young ones. They started calling each other cousins. We had little 18-month-olds go from being shy and reserved to just really outgoing and playing with each other. It was beautiful. And then one of our measures of success was we saw people exchanging phone numbers, and they're going to maintain that contact afterwards. And on another project, we have studied community-level protective factors, and we did digital stories and interviews with young people in 3 rural communities. And this is where I feel like getting at that, we need multiple levels of intervention here. The community can intervene by being there, by showing up, by going to the games, by listening to your young people, by hosting those gatherings, attending those ceremonies, and encouraging our young ones to have that connection to culture and spirituality and land and animals and all of those things. So as a community, it's a shared responsibility. And on one other project, Hayatsu Sani, we're just kind of in the very early stages asking community members about what would support intergenerational well-being in Southeast Alaska. And this is a community-led effort to support informal kinship care. I just held focus groups last month in a couple communities, Sitka and Petersburg, had a phenomenal gathering. So many elders came and spoke about their experience as being a grandparent caregiver and talked quite a bit about some of their boarding school experiences as well. But the overarching message was of hope. And many of them had that determination and that perseverance. And they're like, we're just going to do it. I'm just going to learn how to sew this button blanket because my granddaughter needs that. And so people are learning and teaching at the same time. And so it was an amazing discussion, and I'm excited to see what we build from that. But the whole the main message I just want to give you all is like focusing on well-being has made a difference. And I feel like within our tribal communities, it's about a theory of connection. What is it that will help us reconnect? What is it that we can do to support that forming of our circle once again? And then about the systems, it's a theory of change. It's about how to engage in the work and the research in a good way, coming from that place of love, coming from that well-being focus and prevention measures, coming from relationality and connectedness, listening to those with that lived experience, honoring our elders and community members as the experts. And then it's the system's job to be responsive. So I'll end with that.
Thank you. And we'll pass it over to Dr. Michelle Sarche. And I realize we are really close to lunch. If you don't mind, we'll try and keep it to 10 minutes past 1, if we can.
Okay.
I'll give you the sign, the 2-minute sign over here.
You might have to shout.
Okay.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Sarche, and I'm a professor and project lead at the Buffett Early Childhood Institute at the University of Nebraska, where I've been for about 2 weeks now. Prior to that, I was a professor at the University of Colorado Anschutz Medical Campus and the Centers for American Indian and Alaska Native Health, where I was on the faculty for 27 years. I'm trained as a clinical psychologist, but have worked exclusively as a researcher for the majority of those years. Over these nearly 3 decades, it has been my honor and privilege to partner with tribal communities across the country in research to support child and family health and well-being. Before sharing more about some of this research as it relates to today's focus on pathways to thriving and centering love, and this panel's focus on building healthful connections and parenting, like the other presenters, I wanted to share more about who is entering this space with me today. My grandmother, and I'm sorry it's kind of grainy, was Rose Huff, and she was born in 1907 to Sophie Corbine and Adolphe Larange on the Lacoudere Reservation in northern Wisconsin. She attended the St. Francis Solanus Mission School, and though it was not, to my knowledge, a boarding school, it served a similar purpose, and that was to disconnect her from her Ojibwe language, culture, community, and at some level, a sense of herself as a Native woman. I was very close to my grandmother. She raised me for the first 1.5 years of my life, and the bonds we developed were foundational. In her quiet ways, she was my biggest champion. She believed in me fully and loved without condition. And as child development research shows, the presence of a single, stable, supportive, and caring adult in one's life is among the most protective factors that can promote resilience in the face of life's hardships. And my grandmother was that person for me. Though I lost her 35 years ago, her presence remains and inspires me to this day in the work that I do. Of the last 27 years that I've been in academia, 20 of those have been spent in child development research. With many academic and community partners nationwide, the research has focused on early care, education, and home visiting, mentoring the next generation of Indigenous child development research scholars, like Sonaguk, and building a national Indigenous child development research network. I want to highlight some of this work as relevant for creating pathways to thriving and centering love, again, especially through healthful connections and parenting. The first project I want to highlight is the American Indian and Alaska Native Family and Child Experiences Survey, or AIAN FACES. It was the first nationally representative study of Region 11 Head Start programs, and Region 11 Head Start programs are those operated by grants to federally recognized tribes or consortia of tribes. They serve roughly half of the American Indian and Alaska Native children in Head Start nationwide. AIN FACES was carried out during 2 Head Start school years in 2015, 2016, and 2019 to 2020. And there were over 20 Region 11 programs which were situated in 20 different tribal communities each time. Data were collected through surveys completed by program directors, teachers, parents, and through direct assessments of children's development across that Head Start year. There's a trove of information posted on the AIN Faces website, and a paper published in the American Journal of Community Psychology in 2021 that details the engaged approach taken to planning for the study and ensuring that the needs and priorities of Region 11 Head Start programs were at the forefront. As we consider pathways to thriving, I want to highlight findings related to Native language and culture, which have both come up throughout our time together as critical for the road to healing. According to AIN Faces data, more than 90% of parents said it was somewhat or very important that their child learn their tribal language. At the same time, more than 90% also said that English was the primary language spoken in the home. And more than 50% said that English was the only language spoken in the home. So these data indicate the critical need for tribal language revitalization and the important role that early childhood programs like Head Start can play for both children's native language learning as well as their parents. In addition to prioritizing native language, parents also prioritize their children's engagement in cultural and community activities, with over 80% indicating their child participated in at least one cultural or community event in the last month. Head Start plays an important role in supporting child and family cultural engagement as well, with over 70% of children being in centers and programs that have a cultural specialist or elder available, and nearly a quarter attending programs using culturally based curriculum. A recent Head Start Information Memorandum, also known as ACF OHS IM 2403, very exciting, is titled Affirming the Use of Indigenous Knowledges to Meet Curricula and Assessment Requirements in American Indian and Alaska Native Head Start Programs. And so, as those of you know who are implementing programs in whatever space you may be working in, behavioral health, child development, whatever, you're often compelled to use quote-unquote evidence-based programs or curricula or interventions. And this guidance that has very recently come out affirms that by applying Indigenous knowledge to developing, adapting, and implementing curricula, tribal Head Start grant recipients do meet the requirements that curricula are research-based and scientifically valid, again, based on Indigenous knowledge. So this is a huge leap forward. And underscoring the importance of nurturing parent-child relationships in the earliest years, the next study I wanted to highlight took place as part of the Buffering Toxic Stress Consortium, and this was also funded by the Administration for Children and Families. It consisted of 6 university early Head Start partnership sites. All of them were focused on understanding the role of parent-child relationships in buffering the impact of stress on children's development. I was involved in a partnership between the University of Colorado and a tribally run early Head Start program. In that study, we surveyed parents, conducted observations of parent-child relationships, and used hair samples to measure cortisol levels, a marker of stress in both children and parents. And we found a significant correlation between parents' report of their own adverse childhood experiences, so again, those are things that happen before age 18, and their children's cortisol levels in the current time. And that this association was buffered or diminished when the parent-child relationship was one that was marked with higher levels of emotional availability. So these findings suggest that interventions that nurture the parent-child relationship in the earliest years are essential for disrupting the intergenerational transmission of stress. Another project I wanted to highlight is the Tribal Early Childhood Research Center. The TRC is also funded by the Administration for Children and Families, and its mission is to grow the field of early childhood research in partnership with tribal communities through national leadership, research, and strategic dissemination. You can read about our work in all of these areas at our website, which is tribalearlychildhood.org. And I'm just going to highlight a few of these. So this may look familiar to you. And we were very excited to work with Sanaguk in adapting the Indigenous Connectedness framework for developing a measure that's grounded in Indigenous beliefs, practices of early relational well-being. And so working with a community of learning that was comprised of early childhood researchers and community-based practitioners, we, again, worked to develop this model. And that's described in a recent paper that the link is there as well. And it places children's early relational well-being at the center, shows that it's grounded in culture, spirituality, and ceremony, and practiced through familial, intergenerational, environmental, and community practices that promote connectedness. And so this is our conceptual model, and the next step that our team is taking is to develop a measure, a tool that can be used in research or practice that parents can report on the kinds of practices they engage in to support early relational well-being. The other thing that we do through the Tribal Early Childhood Research Center, through our strategic dissemination efforts, is that we host virtual learning circle series, where over the course of 3 webinars in the spring of each year, these are an opportunity to elevate tribal early childhood programs nationally and sometimes internationally that are grounding their practices in Indigenous beliefs and practices. So we've had a focus on Indigenous land-based learning, Indigenous food sovereignty in early childhood programs, and most recently on Native language and culture revitalization. And those recordings are all also available on our website. I know that we'll have time over lunch to connect and talk more if you have any interest and want to see these links up close. And then some of the work that is just nearest and dearest to my heart is the Native Children's Research Exchange, or NCRE. And this is funded through, again, the Tribal Early Childhood Research Center as part of our national leadership activities, but it's also received support from the National Institute on Drug Abuse. And NCRE is both a national network that convenes biennially for our Native Child Development Research Conference and a mentoring program for early career Indigenous scholars. Both the conference and the mentoring program are essential for creating the kind of community and professional network necessary for keeping research grounded in Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and for ensuring that Indigenous people are at the helm of that research. We've had 15 conferences since 2008. Our next conference is next September 18th and 19th in Denver, and I really invite you all to join us. And we've supported about 35 early career Indigenous scholars since this program started in 2012. And we'll be recruiting for our next cohort. And you can join our listserv, and that's how you find out about all of these things. And if you want to join the listserv, talk to me. So the other project that I want to share just briefly about is the Center for Indigenous Research Collaborations and Learning and Home Visiting. I don't know how familiar you all are with home visiting, but it provides supports to parents prenatally through the child's age 3, sometimes beyond. And it's been shown to support both parent and child health and well-being. And there have been major federal investments in home visiting in tribal communities since at least 2012. And so the Center for Indigenous Research Collaborations and Learning, or CIRCLE-HV, really seeks to deepen our understanding of how home visiting can best serve Indigenous families. And to do so, it's funding 3 Indigenous home visiting program research partnerships that are each carrying out their own locally designed project, and 1 cross-site study involving 8 Indigenous home visiting programs pursuing the same research questions. And the center is grounded in Indigenous research methodologies and understanding how Indigenous research methodologies can be useful in home visiting research specifically. And all of this work is just getting underway, and I'm especially excited to share what we learned about Indigenous research methodologies and what they mean for not only what we do in research, but how we do our research, how it is grounded in connection and relationship. And with that, I'm wrapping up in 1 minute. And I just wanted to share this quote from a song by Jewel. It says, "I am the accumulation of the dreams of generations, and their stories live in me like holy water." And I believe all of us are here today holding the dreams of generations, both behind us and before us. And I'm honored to join you as we put our hearts and minds together to recount those stories and reshape the narrative on the road to healing from Indian boarding schools and the other systems and structures of settler colonialism that Karina shared, which were designed to disconnect us from our original instruction, from one another, and from ourselves. As we consider our place on this road to healing, I close by sharing what I learned about the Ojibwe word, Anakobijigan, from an Ojibwe language teacher, James Vukolich, who spoke at a tribal home visiting meeting during the pandemic, and it stopped me in my tracks. Anakobijigan is the word for both great-grandparent and great-grandchild. With 3 generations behind us and 3 generations before us, we are at the center of the 7-generation span. We are the axis around which these generations turn. And I believe this is cultural wisdom that teaches us we have the power not only to heal the generations before us, but also the generations behind us through our words, work, and action. Thank you.
Dr. Michelle, can you forward it to that last slide? This one. So I want to honor that we are past our designated lunchtime and give gratitude to our presenters, Dr. Dementiv, Dr. Sarche, and Dr. Ulrich. We can take some Q&A during the lunchtime. We'll just make ourselves available here. But wanted to close with this final image that carries the spirit of what we planted in the beginning and then what has been shared throughout by this beautiful research. You are who your ancestors sang about in their ceremonies. You are their revolutionary prayer. You are their sacred gift to the world. And both of these images are from TLS Nunavut. They're on Instagram. You can look them up. So thank you all so much. Thank you. Please join me in celebrating our prestigious speakers.
And thank you, Dr. Beltran, for your moderation of this beautiful panel. Thank you, everybody. We are now going to ask you all to, well, first of all, you're going to get to stand up and stretch. We are going to go take a group photo by the teepee and then come down for lunch. So it's going to be right out these doors and then right up the stairs, and then the teepee's right there. So if folks can start making our way there, we can get a good group photo in, and then we'll come right back down. Lunch is provided by Jessica Swan from the Piscataway Nation, Kanoe Nation, whose land and territory we are in. So she will talk a little bit about her lunch there.
Doing healing work. Ever since I knew what I was doing, I first studied Europeans because I couldn't figure out why they did what they did when they got here. So I learned that they burned their medicine women and called them witches, when the patriarchy took over. So we have that memory of what happened here, the Holocaust that happened here, the genocide that happened here, but it happened in Europe even longer ago. But we all had original instructions to care for this earth, to be a good relative. I'm so glad that's a thing now, because our family used to say that all the time, but now everyone's saying it, so it's good. All the things that we hope to see is coming, and this conference has been amazing, and I wish everybody had access to these realizations and the things that are happening. I wish we could get all of our young people into long-term treatment. It should be available for our peoples. But that's not why I grabbed the mic right now. What I wanted to say to you here right now is that confidentiality is the biggest thing. I did a workshop back in Minnesota at an Environmental Women's Network conference. And I asked the women there, what's the most painful thing that you experienced, because we're doing a healing workshop, right? I thought it would be about the abuse or about this or that. The most painful thing was when their best friend betrayed them and told their secret, or their best friend turned on them. And that lateral violence is the most painful, right? So part of confidentiality is that warrior way of being in the world. And the thing about my mother, everyone admired her because she never talked bad about anyone. And that's hard to do. We don't get that in our communities. And it hurts when someone talks bad about you, or you heard somebody share something you thought you were saying in confidence. So confidentiality is part of that medicine. And it's not just, we all know what that means, not to share what people have said. But the second part of that is really important, especially in times like this today here. So if Tony and I were talking and he told me something, or somebody on this panel told something, we're digging deep into the deepest part of our wounds to tell you these things. We don't walk around holding them out for everyone to see all the time. We've trusted you while we're here, and we went deep. So when we're done, we put it back, right? It's not yours. It's still ours. So I need you, and what I've told people and what I do in my practice is, can I talk to you about what you said on the panel? You ask permission before you bring anything up. And he can turn to me and say, I can't right now. Or he could say, yeah, I need to talk about it, you know? Ask permission always, with your children, with anybody. Can I bring this up? Ask that first. Because we don't live there. It's always in us, but we have to do a lot of work to come out of that and to be able to be. So when people are coming up to me and saying things, I don't need you to do that. It makes me feel afraid. It makes my fear come up when you start referring to something, you know. And I know this is being recorded, and I think it's important to record these stories. But I don't want to live in it. Does that make sense to everybody? Can you raise your hand if you know what I'm saying? Ask permission before you share before you bring it up to somebody. You know, because it makes us want to run away, because everybody wants to talk to us about what they heard. Ask permission before you bring it up. And I think it's a good way to be, especially because my kids taught me that. They hated it when I used their stories to talk about my parenting or whatever, because it was still their story, not mine. Okay, Mitaku Yase.
Go ahead, step up here. Go ahead, gentlemen, step up here. Go ahead, gentlemen. You guys step up there. I'm going to step over here. I'm just too young. Dasakamati no yula ikniwan. Thank you, relatives. Auntie, thank you for your words. So much wisdom and power there. And I think as we're seeing worlds kind of or epistemologies or ways of knowledge coming into intersection, the Western style of research with indigenous protocols and policies, I think it's important to remember that the notion of informed consent and permission, though they might sound the same, there actually is a lot of distinction, right? The grounded indigenous traditional notions of what permission is a living agreement. And that means that agreement can be changed too. So if those stories, if someone says, I was okay with this sharing right in this moment, I am no longer okay with that sharing, needs to be honored. And that's something that is an ongoing practice, something that we are having to remind ourselves on a regular basis. And so as we gather here, the first and foremost, most important thing is how do we be good relatives to each other, right? How can we become better relatives to each other? Is it possible to indigenize research? We know it is, right? But there's going to be a lot of threats to that as well. And we have to humble ourselves. So thank you for that reminder, Auntie, and for walking in that way. Because it's not just about the words, it's how we walk in that way. I'm really in great humility, standing on here on this stage with you all. I feel like I don't deserve to stand here next to you all. And so there's distance that I feel. I feel that because of I love what what Dr. Bisson said earlier, the living genius that is in this room. That's right here. So thank you for that living genius, for inspiring us, for sharing the stories, and for walking in that way so that we can be best informed, that we can do good work together. Because this is why we are doing this work together. For you, for the future generations, but we hope to honor you in that. And so in this moment, we are seeking to recognize and honor the contributions, the stories, the lived experiences on the stage, but also not on the stage. I've had so many amazing intersections and moments and dialogues with many of you over the past day and a half, and I know that that's also a continuation of conversations that we've started many months and years ago, and hope to continue those conversations in the future. But we hope to recognize you and honor you in a way that we pray you feel held and loved and cared for. And so we want to honor you with some gifts and to wrap you in blankets and in prayer. And we've also invited Anton and his son to come up and honor us with a song as we do that. Salamtin Laskamati. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Let's take a quick photo, and then we can transition into the blanketing. We get the photos done? Okay, at this time I want to invite our relatives. One more photo. Oh.
Yeah. He's from the same class I was at Chillicothe.
Thank you. I wanted to share a couple words. I didn't introduce myself yesterday, and I didn't share. My name is Dennis Dakota, and I am an enrolled member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Chippewas from Belcourt, North Dakota. And I was so impressed yesterday with all the languages. So I went back to my room and practiced on a few words that I wanted to say to you. Tanchikia mufra. That means, how are you, my friends? Skumamuji michifnia. That means that I am a Métis Michif. And Skumamuji Libatunia. That means I am from the Libatu clan. I went to boarding schools in the 60s and the 70s. Bopton Indian School, Flandreau Indian School. My grandfather went to the fort, Fort Totten. I refer to it as the fort. My grandmother went to Carlisle in the early, I guess it was the 1900s. So I wanted to share that with you. I didn't say much yesterday. I was just very honored to be here and appreciate the invite. Thank you.
Say good afternoon to each and everyone. Yate means greeting to everyone. My name is Jasper Pablo, originally from the state of New Mexico, and I'm one of the went to the boarding school too in 1970s. In that time of the year, I didn't know. I was raised in the isolated area. I didn't know there was school until one day one of the GI vehicles was coming down. I was all herding sheep, not knowing that they're going to take me to the boarding school. So I was about 12 years old. At that time, I was young and handsome. Yay. Very handsome. Anyway, and then I was tall and slim. At that time, I guess the beginner, they used to call it the kindergarten. They were all small, and I was the only one, the tallest person. And then I started going to school over there. Kids were just making fun of me, calling me beginner snaz. In Navajo, they call me beginner snaz. I guess in the English it means like a tall beginner. But they were just making fun of me, but yet I stayed there. The food, the boarding school food didn't accept with me too. So I had to keep throwing up all the food that I used to eat. At home, every morning my daily chores are taking care of the livestock. Morning breakfast is coffee, white bread. But it was different. But when you get in trouble, you have to stand in the hallway or get on your knees. Put your hand like this. For sometimes you get tired, they kick your hand up. Keep your hand up straight. I went through that. So finally I just took off. Kind of ran back to my grandparents, started herding sheep again for so much. So my grandmother was very poor. I didn't really went to school, but yet for some reason with the culture that I stuck with it, that kept me going. So I'm just very honored and meet you, each and every one of you, with a good blessing. Thank you.
I'll just share a little bit about my story. I went to a boarding school. It's called Hunters Point Boarding School. It's 3 miles west of St. Michael's, Arizona. And I went there, I think, because there was just a lack of food in our household. There's 20 people that lived in my grandma's house. It had 2 bedrooms, no running water, and no electricity. So a lot of my siblings and my cousins, we all went to boarding school. And I was probably, I'm going to say 5 or 6 years old at the time. So I think that was part of the reason. And the other reason is my mom, she also went to Intermountain School. I think that's somewhere in Utah. You know, when I asked Mom about, you know, her experience, she'll just say, meaning, oh, those things happened a long time ago. We don't talk about it. So I think she had her own trauma, and it was really hard for me to understand at the time because I was just really young. So I didn't really have that emotional connection with my mom. So and it's still like that to this day. I don't have that emotional connection with my mom. She's 82 years old, and I think she still has a lot of trauma, and she has dementia now. So, you know, that really breaks my heart, but it's something that I have to deal with every day. So one story I also like to share is that so when we come home for the holidays, you know, and Grandma would try to say, hey, you know, meaning go to school. And Mr. Gould would come. Mr. Gould used to have this green Suburban. We used to call it the Green Lizard. And we would take off. You know, we would go across the river and then go into the mountains and hide and just climb the high street. And we'd see Mr. Gould driving around. And then in the evening we come home and guess what? Mr. Gould was there waiting for us and had to take us back to the boarding school. So anyways, we had fun with that, but it was also heartbreaking because, you know, it was almost like you have to be forced to go back. So that's, you know, part of my experience. And I think the important part is that even though my childhood had a lot of trauma, thriving and that love that we're sharing today, I give that to my children. I have 3 beautiful children. They're thriving and they get the love all the time from me. And to me, that's healing. And, you know, knowing that I have my community members, our traditional healers here, Mr. Avery Denny, and then also Jasper's, you know, makes my heart happy. And everyone in here, too, to know that they, you know, these two individuals still a lot of cultural values in me. And I'm really thankful for that because that's what grounds me. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't know how other tribes are, but in my tribe, you don't say goodbye. There's no word for goodbye. Because either you're going to see him here on earth or when we pass over. And I just want to tell you, you say, Haram Chihithajis, I will see you again. And I'm going to tell you one other thing, and then I'll give the mic to him. There's a song we sing. I'm not going to sing it. But it says, Ispogides. That means the end. Giskos. And that means I don't know when the end's coming. So every time when they talk to you and they say, you be good to one another, you love one another, and you take care of one another, I try to do that. I know I like to laugh and play with the people, but at the same time, I take a little piece of y'all back to wherever I'm going to. So I know, too, that I just love everybody and I care about everybody. And I was there at the boarding school from the time I was 6 years old till I graduated. So I just want you to know I love y'all and thank y'all for this time. Maro.
Lasso kamati miyag. I'm sorry? Would you like to share?
Good afternoon. Relatives, I'm glad to be here. And my name is Dr. Avery Denny. That's my BRA name, dormitory name, but I have a Navajo name that I don't really use. And I was raised on the reservation, and as a little boy, I grew up with my parents. They raised me, and so one day they took me to school in a wagon, and they dropped me off over there. And the reason why I went over there was to get travel clothes, because I have no clothes to wear. Elders used to go to Salvation Army and get those tuxedo suit, kind of like dress-up suit, and they will all be like Navajos walking around their hook dress up like businessmen. Ceremony, they will all be dressed up like businessmen, and they will all wear those beads around their big old hat. But I went to school at Pinion boarding school from at 6 years old, and I went in there and I graduated. And something that the first thing that I saw at the boarding school was, I thought it was magic. They would go like this, and the lights would go on, and then go like that, the lights would go off. I didn't see the switch on the wall. So I tried to go like this. It didn't work for me. I guess you have to go to the switch and go like that and go like that. But I thought it was magic to go like this and go like that. And I went through hardship. I missed home. I got lonely. I got depressed. And graduated at 3rd grade. Went on to into junior high, and then on into high school. So hardship, abuse, everything. The only thing that was really bad about that was, for me, was it was my own relative that did that to me. It wasn't a white man. It was my own uncle that was a dorm mate, and he came back from Marine Corps, War Army, and they got after us. They kicked us around, and they hit us, and everything like that. And just because of that too, I became radical. I became like against them, or I got on their nerve. I got naughty. You see, so even though they punched me, even though they hurt me, I would get out of the dorm and run around outside and break all their rules. Have them beat me up some more. Like I was enjoying it. So they didn't break me. So at the 12th grade, they couldn't stand me anymore, so they had to graduate me. Even though I failed math, they said, "Get this kid out of here, We don't want him to be around here for another year, just graduate him." I had an F, and they changed my grade, and they got rid of me, so I just went home. So, and then I'll be honest with you too. I had the best time in boarding school too. And sad times. But I celebrated. I went away from that. All my kids, they never went to the dorm. And that's who I am. I survived boarding school. I shed tears. I cried. I miss home. I miss the food. And all of that. So I didn't go back to school. I just stopped at high school. And to go to college, So I stayed home, and I raised my livestock and at home. I learned traditional ceremony, traditional education at home. My mother and my father were my teachers, my mentors. So that's my experience in boarding school. Yes, it hurts. Yes. If you could see my scars, my patches and my bandage, and all over me. But then that didn't stop me. I was all right. I was healed. I became a victim and a survivor of boarding school. And I know how it is. And for all of that reason, for all of that, I became a traditional healer. For all the abuse that I went through, the hurt, the animosity, the depression, the anxiety that I had, I think I'm immune to that when I came out of that. So using that in traditional counseling, using that in traditional ceremony, and when somebody talks about, like all of you, you expressed your emotion and how you express yourself yesterday and today. I was sitting there and I was listening, and I felt that. So I'm immune to that. I know how it feels, and I know where you stand, and I know what you are, and I know where you are, and I know where you've been, like that. So even my last name is supposed to be Dene Yaj. But BIA stole that from me. They said, no more Yazi, just Denny. So the second part of the last part of my last name got shortened. So I don't have my full ancestral name. So it's just Denny. I'm not named after the Denny restaurants, So that's about it. The only thing that I remember too is there was a beautiful girl that broke my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to, just one more thing I forgot to mention. There is a book that's written by Dr. Denise Lejmer there, a good friend of mine. One of the chapters is my interview. It's titled Room 19. And then there's also another book on Amazon that was written by my aunt. It's the title of that one is Tomorrow. Tomorrow She Said Never Came. So if you want to check those out, you can check them out on Amazon. Thank you.
In gratitude for the words shared and the energy that you're sharing with us right now, we want to center that ancestral love and honor you in this blanketing and the gifts that we'd like to share with you now. So in partnership with our team members right here, we'd like to offer that to you. Tlasu kamati miak.
We'd like to thank you all for being here with us and sharing your stories. Yeah. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, wait. Don't move, stay there.
So we're going to do a blessing for this staff. I actually made this staff, and I'm so proud. I'm a seamstress, and a group of veterans here from here in the D.C. area. Gregorio is one of them, and he's the one that did the leading the honor guards. So anyways, they asked me to do a staff for them, so I put this together. And Professor Denny, and he's also our hatali, our medicine person, he's going to bless it for us now.
Where's the sweet grass?
Where's the sweet grass? Oh, gosh. And he's going to go ahead and sing a song. Ashiko, if you film it, Jenna. Ashiko, if they film it.
Get the shot that we 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 get. Get the shot that we get the shot for night. God the best God the teaches get the shot that we get the shot for night. God the best God the teaches get the shot that we get the shot for night. God the best no in no she get the shot that we get the shot for night. God the best God the teaches get the shot that we get the shot for night. God send it to Chicago. God the best Big God is there for get the shot that we get the shot for night. God send it to Chicago. God the best big go sets on night for get the shot that we get the shot for night. God the best God send it to Chicago. Big go God now go get the shot that we get the shot for night. It's the night that I yo watch it, sits such a night, yon is in the Kaya chat in the day, go get the shot that we get the shot for night. ne se na hite tola yo wache se zache na ya ta ne chu ye pe yo ne zen ye yo ya ne ko ye ke te sha te ye ke te sha wallahi ne ala pe na ye she na te ko ye ke te sha te ye ke te sha wallahi ne ala pe ya ta ne chu ye che ta ash ko ye ke te sha te ye ke te sha wallahi ne ka sa na ga ye open na what ye ka ta she go ye ke te sha te ye ke te sha te ye ke te sha te ye ke te sha hey hey ha ya ha ben hot city bits ahoni ye sa na re ben hot city ishi by the so this hotelia ateyest na ye cheda bit khishim che na hot ye khishim che na hot na ye endotse ye bekhade dort nicht ye yat endot be kendi na slag na ye so ishin kudo be khunde be zelo ishi det etan zenike biche dantil ya kun ya dan chuki do yat eko det etan zeni has on ye na hot be stin chi be stin wal ye kun do bo ego bo otem der kun den nebelashla bich ki do ye endot se ya das endot die shi mit edo shen ha ye si hitzi shen ha Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to take a 10-minute break to allow some transition time here, and then we're going to have our elders who are up for the intergenerational healing panel to invite them to come up on the stage or stay on the stage. If you need to take a break, it's okay. Go ahead. Thank you, everybody. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to talk about it, Sam? Go ahead.
Just another thing to add about the blanketing, and as it exists in so many of our cultures and in our ways of being, that in as much as the blanket is something that encases us in warmth, it resembles the prayers and the flowers that we share with our relatives, reminding them always that we love them. So we want to leave you with that. Thank you, Auntie. We love you.
We're getting ready now for our next panel. It's the intergenerational healing panel. And our moderator is Joni Swina and Dr. Joni Swina. And thank you so much, panelists, for being here. And you're on.
Yes, ma'am. All righty. Thank you. Well, welcome back, everybody. I'm Dr. Joni Swina. I'm from the Pueblo of Cochiti. You heard a little bit about my story this morning, and I think it's such a special time for us to continue to center the voices of our survivors that are present with us today, and also their family that is here alongside of them and holding them up through this work as well. And today we have Che, Dad, Ron Singer, and my colleague Megan Singer, who oversees community impact at the National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition. And also, most importantly, she is Ron's daughter. And then further to my left, we have Auntie Jean and her niece, Lacey Kinnert, who is also our sister and on staff with NABS, oversees OHP, and another niece, granddaughter, Falcon. Yes. So I think the direction that we're going to go in is continuously focusing on what does healing look like, what does thriving look like, and I really want to hear from Ron, because I don't think we've heard your voice throughout this past day and a half, and would like you to kick us off and share some words. What's on your heart today?
My name tags. Badges. All right, here we go. Earlier, when we had these people with my daughter, with the cameras or your phones, that reminded me of when I was growing up. We used to have the tourists come through to go see the Grand Canyon. And they would take our pictures. And it was 50 cents. And it was a movie camera. My dad said, charge them $1. So somewhere along the line, somebody has a collection of whatever, and I'm on it. Because we live by the Grand Canyon, and we had a lot of tourists go through there. And so from that, when I got to boarding school, the first day of class, the teacher, Mrs. Rucker, nice gal. Anyway, she instructed us in English, and not to brag, but those times with the tourists really helped, because I was the only one that spoke English, and I interpreted for the kids, and they picked it up, and then we teased each other as we were learning English. I was helping them. And then also that brought back some trauma too, because the teacher lined us up and said, okay, you're going to go in here. And I smelled the alcohol. And every time I smell alcohol, my stomach turns. Because we got immunization, and it was like a slaughterhouse, you're next. And so I try to avoid doctors, but unfortunately getting older. And so from there, after we got all our immunization shots and everything, go back to the dorm, and I went to Tuba City boarding school. I called it federal prison. And as Mr. Denny said it about the military, it was like military discipline. Because some of the dorm aides, dorm fathers, mothers, whatever, anyway, they were very strict. And I just remember they were always counting the boys, or the girls, I guess, but they were always counting us. And they had to make sure there was 40 students. And they were always waiting for somebody to go AWOL. I never did. But I planned a couple of them, and they were AWOL. And I also had a trauma-induced food last night. I was looking at the menu and it said asparagus on there. And I went, uh-oh. And then my daughter said, you can probably ask for something else to substitute that. And all right, because when we got to the cafeteria to eat, there was room for 8 students, 4 boys, 4 girls. And the girl you were behind, you pulled a chair out for them. They're teaching us to be courteous, I guess. And you sit down, and the one day we sat down, they were pork chops with, I call it asparagus now. It was asparagus. And I, to this day, well, that was 1966, I think. That's the last time I tried it. And the dorm father stood right there, and he said, you have to eat asparagus, or you're not going to go. Everybody else had ate their asparagus. And I just put it in my mouth, started chewing, and then it just wasn't doing it. So the dorm father went to the next table, and you have to be innovative. And it appears I was that day, because I opened my milk carton and stuffed the asparagus in there. And everybody else was like, I guess they were happy because they could go. Because they had to sit with me also, but I didn't eat it. So he came over, and the dorm father said, you finished? I said, yes. And nobody else said a word, because they could be next. Something else they didn't like. And so then we were able to leave the cafeteria, go back to the dorm. And the dorm I went to, there were 4 wings, A, B, C, D. And I was first in the A. And I remember that first night that we spent there, a kid was with us, and he, picture this. You're 6 years old, 7 years old, 8 years old, some as young as 5, I guess. And they take you away from well, sometimes they did take you away, but you were brought to the boarding school. And it's an environment I know that people would not do that these days. Just leave Johnny and Susie there. And sometimes in the early days of boarding school, they stayed long, like 9 years, 9 months, or long. And they left me there. And I was one of 40 students in that wing. And it was harsh because they were mean to us. And we had to kind of fend for ourselves and defend ourselves because sometimes there were bullies in there. And so that's what I'm saying, like a prison environment, because that's, I don't want to say that's what to remind me of. I wasn't there, no, in prison. And so from that point, when I got to boarding school, it seems like it was a place there was no love. When the kids got the, and I was included, and I cried when we got the immunization. The nurse didn't say, "Okay, Johnny, you're next. Johnny, over here." Boom, And it wasn't just one; it was like 3. And we left, most of us crying. Where was Mom? Where was Dad? Nobody was there to, okay? Those of you who went to boarding school, I know you can identify with that. And people, that was trauma. One of many trauma. And The next one I'm going to tell you about, maybe Mr. Denny knows where Tuba City is, but Tuba City Boarding School. I was being taken back the one time, I remember, and there's a valley right there. You go up on the Mesa Lake. Anyway, every time I went there to Tuba City, it was for two things: the hospital or the boarding school. And either one, it was not good. Boarding school, the worst. So we went to the laundromat. My mother did the laundry, and she was going to take us back to the boarding school, my sister and I. And there's only a few times, maybe 1, 2, 3 times in my life that I never ate what was given to me. And that was that one time. My mother gave me a hot dog and fries and a drink from the Dairy Queen in Tuba City, which is gone by now. Anyway, my stomach just turned and lost my appetite, and because I was going back to boarding school, or maybe prison, like I termed it. And anyway, it was pure hell. And that, by the way, was a quote that they took out of my interview with the New York Times in October. These good folks, they were there at in Salt Lake doing the oral history program interviews. And I was one of the interviewees. And thankfully, they didn't bring out any asparagus in the food they were eating. That was good. Anyway, they fed us good. But anyway, when I would get the turn going up the hill to the boarding to the Tuba City, I to this day, even to this day, I still have a little bit of, memory with that, and I guess we call it trauma. And part of the intergenerational trauma, you have to really dwell on that, the last part of it, healing. And I don't have any scars from boarding school. I don't have any of this. Inside are the scars. Inside they're holding it like this. So I've been with a couple counselors, and there was a lady in Salt Lake that from back home, on Navajo land. She sat me down and we talked, and all of a sudden she could identify, or I could identify with her, She got to kill 1,000, and rather than somebody who wasn't Navajo, I had to teach them. This is what would happen in boarding school, and then they could go and try to, learn more about it and help me. And so, people, we are literally survivors. And I'm glad I'm here to tell you about that, because some didn't make it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nitra. So before we jump over to Auntie Jean, I want to ask Megan. I know you've been working on healing for years with your father, and you live and take care of each other together. What has that been like? And then maybe you can give us an example of healing work you've done together.
Yate, everybody. Yeah, thanks, Dad, for sharing. I grew up only hearing about certain things about federal prison, which he was at, which was the boarding school. I knew he went to federal prison. I knew he went to Tuba City. But I would ask him questions like, hey, Dad, did you ever get in trouble for speaking Navajo? And as you just heard him, he already knew English when he was in there. So he would just say, no. And I was like, oh, okay, so it wasn't that bad. Well, Dad, did they cut your hair? And, and it was like, well, no, my hair was already cut. Oh, okay. So it must have not been like the boarding schools that I hear about that natives went to. But it's just because this man, who is my dad, repressed everything. He just didn't talk about it. He didn't think about it. He did that for decades. And so when I was an adult, everything started to come out in anger. And my mom and dad, who they just celebrated 43 years being married yesterday. And it was the first time in 43 years that they weren't together. But my mom said, you need to get help or else I'm gone. And I was like, yeah, Mom, that sounds about right. And my dad started going to therapy. And in therapy, he had to educate the therapists. And when I was in college, I was able to interview my dad. And I was the first person that he told everything to, really. And then I was able to, sorry. I don't know why I'm so crying today, but I was able to share with my siblings what our dad went through. And since that day, since the day that my dad has opened up about his experience in boarding school, we as a family have determined that we're going to be there for my dad no matter what. Luckily, because my dad repressed everything for so long, the things that he thinks were bad parenting and things, we are able to forgive. He never hurt my mom. He never hurt us. He worked for decades at a job where he experienced racism. And he had to stand all day, and he had to work hard, and he never was home. He can't hug us to this day. If I gave him a hug right now, he'd be like... He couldn't say he loved us. But because we were able to, as a family, come together and say, that stuff doesn't matter as much as it, does, because, my dad never did anything out of his way to hurt us at all. And he was always there. Even my siblings and I are musicians, and we'd have concerts constantly, or we were in plays. And my dad was always the first one right at the end of at the stage to come and give us a hug. And he's so proud of us, And so when he says, the things that he thinks about when he's, as a parent, not being able to hug us or say, I love you, I just go, Dad, but you kept me safe. Even to this day, in the work that I do now, as we were getting ready for some organizing in Salt Lake, we were having a healing circle with elders in Salt Lake, series every month. We would, meet and have a healing circle. And some of the times he'd come, and some of the times he couldn't. But the times that he couldn't come, I'd go to him and go, this is what happened at the healing circle. This is what's happening. And then we would be able to talk about it and talk through it and go, here's the information, here's the confidence that these elders need to share their stories. And so that while I work with NABS and I get to work with communities, I also get to do this with my dad. And we've gone everywhere together. We've been to Montana, we've been to all these different places where he's able to tell his story, and I'm able to say, yeah, I survived a boarding school survivor, and I love him. And even though he went through what he had to go through, or what he went through, he made it. He is a survivor. And I just want to say to all of our survivors here that sometimes you don't have a good relationship with your kids because of the trauma that happened, and you didn't know or you didn't have the help that you need. And so I'm here as a daughter of a boarding school survivor to tell you, yep, you're right. That is right. You should, be angry. You should have that relationship, but we have to heal from it because it wasn't their fault. They had no choice. They were just little kids. And Dad, I love you.
Thank you for all the beautiful words that you've shared and for all the realness, the rawness of what it's like. And moving along to Auntie Jean and Lacey and Falcon, tell us about healing in your family as well.
I think we're still going through the healing, but I'd like to thank, my ancestors and the people that placed the survival blanket on my shoulder. I felt such pride in accepting this because it showed that I'm still here and I'm still going. But I'd like to apologize to my niece, Lacey, my granddaughter, Falcon, for not being able to pass on our whole culture, our language, and our traditions to them. I only have tidbits of, what I had when I was a child before I went to Harbor Springs. And I only have bits and pieces of when my grandmother or my mother or, anybody told me what was going on or what the traditions were. And after my mother passed away in 1972, all I had was my Aunt Donna. That would be Lacey's grandmother. And I would always go to her and ask her, what did we do? And if she knew, she would tell me. But sometimes it was very little. And after I would get finished with the talk, I would get very angry because I would say, why couldn't they have passed something down to me so I would know? I was mad at them. But then I realized later on, after Lacey started me with coming to NABS, that it wasn't their fault. They couldn't teach me what they were forbidden to do. But they passed on love, silent love, I call it, because even though they didn't say it or showed it, you knew that they were trying to say it in gesture or in motion. And like I said, when my mother passed away in 1972, I went to Aunt Donna for all the help. She was like my matriarch. She was like the head one and almost like the only one left in her family, in the family, to tell me anything what to do. And when she passed away in 2014, it was like I was devastated. I didn't have a role model. I didn't have a person to go to. I didn't have someone to, tell me, hey, be quiet, listen, and learn. And like I said, I didn't pass too much on to Lacey or my granddaughter or my children or their children after that. I didn't have a lot of information, but what I had from when I was a child and what I heard from my grandmother and my mother and my aunt, I passed that on to them. I also, after I got out of boarding school, and our family was not really that close, but afterwards we became close. And to me, it's my family. I have to keep them together. They can't be far, because in the boarding school we were separated. We were always put apart. We were, punished if we got together or wanted to say something to each other. So my family is very important. And for passing that on to them, I just have that to pass on to them. But I want them to know that, I might have silent love in me too. So I hope I pass that on. And coming up here, I'm so grateful for my granddaughter for being with me, because I want her to see, the Anishinaabe in me. And I want her to see that I was, as a Anishinaabe woman or child, very rambunctious, very outgoing and outlandish, and to do anything on the spur of the moment and enjoy myself. I wanted to let her know that life is beautiful and you make it what, you can. It's you that are doing it. And I hope Lacey sees that too. Thank you.
Silent love. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Auntie. So my Auntie Jeannie looks just like my Gram, and they were only 8 years apart. 7 years apart, and they were like besties. And back in the day when there was no call waiting, when it was a house phone, whenever I would call my Gram and it was busy for hours and hours and hours, I knew she was on the phone with Auntie Jeannie. We all knew it, like the whole family knew it. So I'm glad that you guys had each other. And so my grandma, me and my grandma we were besties. I was her favorite, and nobody could ever challenge or deny that. And she's really why I am here today, not only where I am in this world, but doing this work for NABS. Once I realized how Indian boarding schools impacted my family, like I knew it impacted our people, but once I put all the pieces together and realized how it impacted my family, I wanted to do something about it and put it up to Spirit, and here I am. But now, 10 years after my Gram passed, I'm having a really hard time wishing she were here and thinking about all the ones that don't have this opportunity, and where they took those stories with them or weren't able to release that before they passed. Of course, we know they're in a better place. My grandma always said that she ran away from boarding school. And now I'm learning that, which really didn't make sense, because it was Lower Peninsula and Upper Peninsula. It was a ferry. Like, there was, physically it didn't make sense. But that was her way of not talking about it. And I remember her sharing with me, when she shared 3 things with me. That's where she learned how to sew. That if she ever started talking about what she went through, she wouldn't be able to stop crying. And she'll never forget the smell of a burning body based off all the babies they threw in the furnace. And this was a Catholic boarding school. And when she said that to me, she said it so nonchalant. I was like, what? Like, she just said it. Like, yeah, it was a thing. That's what they did. And so I carry those with me. And now, learning everything I do within NABS, I see she did not run away. Now that I have access, finally we just got access in September to a list, and she was there for 4 school years. So learning, like life is a constant learning journey. We're never stopping learning. We're always learning about ourselves, our family, our ancestors, and hopefully using that as a good path to become better and help those in our family as well. But now looking back and seeing her mannerisms, her habits, realizing how much boarding school did have an impact on her life. And it was a Catholic boarding school. She became Catholic. I used to ask her if she called it speaking Indian. I didn't talk Indian, or I didn't speak Indian. But she said she could understand it. And I'm lucky enough to have my auntie here who is besties, so I can ask her questions like, did my gram do this? Did my gram say this? Did you talk about this? So it's helping me on this healing journey, which my mom as well, and learning like that my auntie, your Grandma Hardwick, they didn't teach the kids Ojibwe or Anishinaabe. They spoke it with each other, but they didn't teach it. My gram said she knew the swear words, but she wouldn't even teach me the swear words because of that fear. She never spoke it. And it's that fear she had inside. I'm realizing how much fear she carried in her, and now realizing how that fear has been passed down. I forget who was talking about it, I think yesterday. Like, fear is deeply ingrained in us. And there's a reason behind that. And like being afraid to say I love you. Looking back, my gram would never say I love you. And I didn't understand that as a kid. I was like, love you. I'd say it until she would say it back. And now it's like, well, I'm really glad I did that. Because she wouldn't. But I was her favorite, so I got away with a lot of stuff with her, which I think ended up helping her to bring out that nurturing side. But I just wanted to share as well that I feel really lucky and blessed to be here where I'm at today. I haven't experienced all the traumas that my grandma did in boarding school and as a result of boarding school. And my grandma became a single mother, and raising my mother, there was a lot of issues there. My grandma didn't know how to raise my mom or the kids, so that ultimately impacted me. But I'm lucky enough to have my mom where a medicine man, I grew up in the UP of Michigan, a medicine man came to town to work with the families, and he ended up helping my mom a lot with her healing journey and working through them traumas. And my mom broke the cycles with me. So I'm a result of intentional work of breaking cycles. My mom was raised Catholic, baptized. What's the other word? I say communication. Confirmation. I was not baptized. Did not go to CCD because my mom knew of the damages from that Catholic boarding school and how it impacted our family, that she didn't want to put me through that. And I'm so grateful. But I feel like them cycles being broken within Indian country is kind of rare. Like, we always hear of being, things passed down, and when you hear of cycles being broken, it's like, yeah, it's like resilience, it's an accomplishment, and I'm just so blessed to be part of that now we have a responsibility to do this work, to work for the survivors, for the people that attended, for that are still here and are not here. Even though my grandma's not here anymore, like I can't help but wish that this work is helping her. I know she doesn't carry anything on the other side, but like for the little child inside of her, that even if our family isn't here anymore, that the work that you're doing today can still help that little child that went through horrific experience, or not horrific. Not everybody had a horrific experience. Unfortunately, we don't hear as many of those stories as we do the horrific ones. And okay, I don't want to speak like all NABS-y, like we honor all the stories, but everybody's experience is different, and the work that we do today really matters, and it impacts all of the people that attended those prisons, right? Like there really are prisons, but having our auntie here and doing the work while you can still matters. And it's not your fault that you can't teach us. It's a whole system that was put in place to make sure that none of us have that. And if we take the blame as Native people and put it where it belongs, I think that would help all of us. The shame that survivors carry is not theirs or yours to carry. It wasn't yours to begin with. And it was theirs that they made sure that you felt that way out of all type of agendas and reasons. None of them to make us a better people. So that I just hope that the work that we do this summit, hopefully we continue doing this summit every year, that it allows the survivors to feel empowered and realize what they went through matters, what their voice now matters, and we are just here to help amplify that. So I appreciate you being here. You look just like my gram. It's just crazy.
I would love to hear Falcon. Yeah, what do you have to say?
Hello. Actually, this morning was super nervous. Wasn't sure if I was going to say anything because last night I was like, how did this affect the relationship between me and my mom and my grandma, me and my grandma, all of us? But Lacey said something very nice to me this morning, as she does all the time. She said, not knowing is a way of being affected. And that made me think of when I was younger. I'm not sure how much younger. Maybe a decade. I'm 21. My dad said, he was talking about just being Indian, being Native. He was saying something, and he was like, oh, and I didn't know what he was talking about. He was like, oh, didn't your mom say this to you? And I was like, no. And I didn't understand why he asked me if my mom would say that, because, like, why would my mom say that? And that made me, not at the moment, but as I got older, kind of realize that, yeah, we really don't talk about intimate things like how we're doing, and we especially, not until I was older, my grandmother hadn't shared any, understandably, any information about how how she did in boarding school, how she was treated outside of boarding school. And I came to an understanding that it makes sense that we, or at least I became aware that where everyone was coming from on why we aren't so close in that way. But I through the past couple of years, learning more and more, I'm glad to have more of an understanding about everything. And when I was younger, being Native, when I thought about it, I was always really, really proud, but it wasn't something we talked about. So I kind of explored that through media. I remember when I was really little, I loved the movie Pocahontas, and then I grew up and I was like, oh, I don't think I like this movie very much. And getting to the age where I can do a lot more for myself and my family and my community. I'm really glad to have come to these events and to have heard everything that my grandma has taught me. You've taught me a lot, Grandma. You say only however much. It's everything I know about my identity, about who I am, all stems from you. Even if it jumped a gap from me and my mom, it came from you, and all of our family sees that. So you don't need to worry about that. And you don't need to.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hope you can feel my invisible love too. We're all working, all of us in our family. And we're getting somewhere. We got to fight some of them, but we're getting there. Thank you, Grandma.
Oh,
and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Falcon. Your voice is so important, and I'm glad that you're a part of this conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So as we move towards wrapping up and thinking about healing, I want to hear from Ron and Meg again, and then we'll jump back over here to wrap up. What is it important for folks to know in terms of healing about your relationship as father and daughter? And then same question over here when we jump to grandma, niece, and granddaughter.
Well, the most difficult for me to say to my family is I love you. All the damage that was done, it was during the formative years. That's when we should be learning how to say, I love you, I'm sorry, all that. But we're too busy getting beat. And so none of that was in my vocabulary or thinking. And one day I met this woman, and she changed it a little bit. And so in a moment of weakness, I said, I love you. And 43 years later, I'm still saying it. Still in a moment of weakness. When she says, or else. Yeah. Anyway, I know Megan will not like this, but I've got to say this. Let me indulge me, okay? Water. Indulge me, because I might not have time. So, the Lone Ranger and Tonto came off the trail, and they got to town, and Lone Ranger says to Tonto, Tonto, cool, sober down. I'm going to go inside and wet my whistle. He goes in the bar. And Tonto takes the saddle off and the saddle blanket. And he goes running around trying to cool Tonto off with the saddle blanket, give him some air, and trying to cool him off. And this guy comes in to the bar, grizzled, the kind from the Old West, the pictures, and he says loudly, who owns that horse out there? And he describes Tonto. I mean, not Tonto. He describes Silver. And Little Ranger's put one down. He says, that'd be mine. And so the old guy comes over there and looks at him and says, hey, you left your engine running. I have more, but they won't pass the censor. So anyway, I have 4 children, and it was very, very difficult to say that. And now I have 2 granddaughters, and every time I see them, they say that. And sometimes they say it in their second language. Well, first language, they say, I love you, in Spanish. And I'm teaching them to say it in Navajo. And they butcher it, but I'm teaching them. Anyway, so I have to really work hard sometimes to embrace them and give them a hug. And so I think that's a lifelong thing. And this stuff happened 60 years, 70 years for some of us. Not me, but anyway, long time ago. And when the boarding school, this Colonel Richard Pratt, he put it in place at the Carlisle Institute over in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And his motto was, kill the Indian, save the man. And that was through their language, their culture, and their, last time I was there, graves on the street by where before you go into the barracks. And there are some of the students there. And they told us most of those were Apache students, the graves. So he had an all-out war against us from then on, because he couldn't do it with the bullets and the sabers, And so to this day, there's still a war going on. And some of us survivors, it's inside of us. And so you gotta face it, and you can't just let it go. They'll tell you that too. Just let it go. And so I've learned some coping mechanisms so that when it comes at me, get out of here. So that helps me a little bit. And sometimes I become stoic, and I think that's because I'm somewhere else. And sometimes I said, boarding school, And I use it as an excuse, but it's true most of the time, because, dang it, it really took a lot out of us during those years that we're supposed to be learning good things. And, okay, I won't tell another joke. I'll just get there.
I like it when people can humor my dad, because it makes the embarrassment go away, is what it is. When we were in Salt Lake doing the oral history project, we have a guy who does the portraits that you see right here. His name is Jeff Ferguson. And I was really excited for everybody to meet my dad, because I'm like, yeah, my dad. And Jeff Ferguson, who is from Spokane, he was, chatting with him and going to take his picture. And he comes out and I go, how did my dad do? And Jeff Ferguson goes, man, your dad is stoic. And I'm like, well, how stoic is he? He's so stoic, when I asked him to smile, all he did was this. And I was like, ha, 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 ha. And then I was like, wait. Just think about that when you're a little kid, though. And your dad is so freaking stoic that you could try to scream, you could try to do anything, try to get their attention, but just like you said, he's not there. He's somewhere else. And so I think for a large part of my childhood, my dad was just some guy. I knew he was funny. I knew he was a hard worker. I knew that he was very smart. In fact, it's annoying how smart he is. In our family, he's a grammar nuts, and he gets on us when we have poor grammar. It's annoying, but it wasn't until he decided to share his experience of boarding school where I actually am learning who he is as a person. He's funny and annoying, and he's a social butterfly. I'm sure he has talked to, how many people has he talked to? Has he come up and introduced? Yep, Mandy, thanks for raising your hand. I have the same qualities in me. And so it's wonderful. I think what the healing thing is that I know who he is now. And he's wonderful. And I'm lucky that he was my dad. And I'm lucky that he is the grandpa to my nieces because he's a good nolly. He loves them so much. And it's wonderful to see him pick them up from school and take them to their dance and all of those things that he didn't do with us because he couldn't because he was working. And that's amazing. So I think when our boarding school survivors are able to access themselves when they were little and start healing, that they do heal and their personality comes out and all of the goodness comes out too.
I just had to ask the question over again what Joni said to my niece. I was so interested in listening. But what healing looks like to me is seeing my family when we get together and seeing the love that can go between them and seeing us all get along. And then learning a little bit more about my roots and where they came from and who they are. And, you know, my daughter asked me, "Who am I, Mom?" That's Felton's mother. And I said, "What do you mean, who you are?" She said, "Yes." She said that white people can trace their ancestry back to 1,200 years. What can you do? And I said, I can trace my family back to my grandmother. And she said, that's only 3 generations. What happened to the 1,200? I said, I do not know. So anyway, but healing is getting myself back to earthly things, getting back to simple things, having everything right in its place. And when it's simple, it is in its place. But still, I want my family close. That's what's healing to me. I want to know they're safe. I want to know that, you know, they're getting along. That's the healing that I get from, you know, being in boarding school and being treated the way I did. As long as I have the love of my family, it's like nothing else matters to me. And, you know, knowing that I have good family that, you know, is behind me, and knowing that I'm capable of standing up now for myself and opening my mouth without being slapped, without being hit in any way, without, you know, being ridiculed or put down. And I do not like to see that in, with anybody when they put someone down. That goes right to the bottom and opens up that wound in me that I had when I was in boarding school. I don't even like to see when I'm out in the world and I see a little white kid behaving so terribly towards their parent that, it just galls me, because to me, that brings back that pain and that wound that I went through when, I was in boarding school. So healing, my family has helped me heal because of the love they give me, because of the caring, and because it seems like I can tell them, what happened. I try to tell them without getting emotional, but sometimes I can't speak about it because it goes right down to the bottom of that sore, and it's like somebody put a ton of salt in it. So, but my family understands. They wait for me patiently to let them know about this. But that's what the healing is to me, is to be with my family and to see that love and care. So that gives me the courage to go on a little bit further and let them know what happened to me. And, things that happened to me before I was in, Harbor Springs, and then things that happened to me when I was in Harbor Springs. Some things were funny, some things were horrible. But healing is the love I'm surrounded with, and you people have given me that too. And I thank you, and I thank my family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be quick. Healing to me is multiple things. It's truth-seeking, finding answers, putting pieces together, finding out the why behind things, especially with my family, learning things that make you go, oh, no wonder why. That's really healing to me. Bringing my auntie here and making sure she's involved with NABS is more valuable than anything. And I'm glad that you're able to be here, and Falcon. And then listening and learning is also very healing, not only to me, but also hopefully with just listening to their stories. That's a reciprocal relationship. You're gaining information, learning, they're releasing. So, yeah, that's what I would say.
I'll be even quicker. I think a big part of healing to me is just knowing, to us, is just knowing that you don't have to wait until someone leaves the room to cry, or it's just knowing that you can open up, that people will listen, and that they want to listen, and that we can all lean on each other and rely on each other. That's a big part of healing to me. And knowing that NABS has especially helped with this, knowing that when my grandma can come here and share and speak and get more than one sentence out without crying, I think that's beautiful, and I love hearing everything that you have to say and everything that you have to share with me and all your experiences and everyone's experiences that I hear. I'm always thankful, especially after not experiencing that part of my culture since I was really little, and thinking that I didn't really need to know that much, that I would be okay without knowing it.
but kind of being put back into this, surrounded by everyone, I don't know how I ever thought that. Because this is going here with my grandma, seeing my grandma thrive and meet a lot of people and who have shared her experience. Sorry. I lost my train of thought. Anyways, seeing her be just, maybe even if it's just a little bit of weight lifted off is such a beautiful thing, and that is really, that has healed me in a big way. Thank you.
Going through so much schooling, I was always reminded by one of my professors that when we cry, when we feel like that tightness in our chest, it's our ancestors coming to the space with us to shed those tears with us. And so I just want to give our panelists my gratitude. Let's give them another applause. And I think our takeaway is healing looks like family, forgiveness, love, silent love, and dad jokes. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.